never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Okay, as we so often say, without further ado, let's get the show on the road. Hey there, close out a Wednesday. Is that on the right page here? Got a Thursday coming on. And I do believe we'll be turning the page over to the 18th day of February. What a crazy, crazy weather week it has been. Yeah, lots more to talk about as far as Mother Nature is concerned. We had one hellacious storm. I guess that would be an appropriate word as we started the week and had a little brief break in the action. And here we are back with round number 2. Well, we'll start things off right there. Travelers' weather. The worst as far as precip is now behind you in Texas, Louisiana. Most of Arkansas, we still see a little bit of light snow falling in northeastern portions of Arkansas. From there, you get over about, from Nashville to Memphis. Yeah, Nashville still has a pretty decent snow shower going on there. Little burst of snow. Things will begin to get lighter as we progress through the overnight hours. But what a mess it has been as far as the icing scenario, the ice storm warnings. East of Nashville, south central and parts of southeastern Tennessee, you've got quite a bit of freezing rain and sleet coming down. There's a fine transition line where you get over to actually very heavy rain, thunderstorms, impacting parts of northeastern Alabama, moving up into northwestern Georgia. Of course, you've got some of the mountains there, the higher elevations, maybe seeing some of that mixed bag precip. Lower elevations should be plain old rain right now, but you could have some mixed precip, according to the radar, even down into, say, like Gadsden, Alabama. It is torrential rains from Birmingham, Alabama, over to Columbus, Mississippi, and all areas in between. I'm seeing a lot of yellow and some red showing up. Heavy rains down to the east of Meridian, Mississippi. The heaviest are now pushing over into western Alabama. A line of thunderstorms had just passed through Hattiesburg, Mississippi. From there, you've got rain all the way down to New Orleans to Mobile. And that's all going to be pushing off to the east through the overnight, early morning hours here as we make our way again into a Thursday. So there are widespread winter storm warnings. Northern half of Louisiana, again, most of the precip there is beginning to wind down. But northern two-thirds of Mississippi, the northwest corner of Alabama, as these heavy torrential rains begin to push through Alabama into Georgia. Much of Georgia is under flood watch, flood advisories for the heavy rains that are going to be coming down through the overnight hours. So it's quite the busy weather map as we head on up to the north and the east. Much of, say, the southern half of Kentucky, winter storm warnings. A good majority of West Virginia, about the western half of North Carolina, nearly all of the state of Virginia. Now, only areas that are not under winter storm warnings are right over along the coastal areas. Then you get on up into Maryland, south central, southeastern Pennsylvania, western portions of New Jersey, all under winter storm warnings. So maybe the next 24, 48 hours will begin to move into a pattern where, as we've been saying the last few days, there is a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, we gotta work our way through this. But it's been more carnage on the roadways. Arkansas, you took quite a hit this past day with the ice. We've got all that to cover as we get to industry headlines coming up here in a bit. Let's start with the latest numbers here. The death toll continues to rise. 24 confirmed dead. People desperately trying to stay warm. According to AccuWeather, many families willing to go to try anything to stay warm. Sometimes they are making deadly decisions. Hundreds of people have been taken to hospitals with carbon monoxide poisoning. A number of different things. We mentioned last evening, some people opting to bring a grill inside or to keep a car running in a garage. You know, if the power goes out, make sure you've not blown a circuit and you check the breakers in the home's electric panel. Make sure you keep all the doors to the outside shut, obviously. Try to use towels to maybe block any drafts coming in from windows and door cracks. Carbon monoxide poisoning, fire, and electric shock are the hazards we all can all be encountered during an outage like this. They keep pleading with people, make sure your generators don't put it near a door or a window or vents that could allow the carbon monoxide to come into your home. And please, if you can, limit your non-emergency phone calls to minimize congesting of the networks. Texting would be a better way to keep phone lines open. So I guess a lot of people opting to be on the phones, talking with friends and family and whatnot. The cell service is kind of spotty. I would imagine in these areas where they're encountering the whole ice storm scenario, probably a lot of these cell towers are getting iced over, and a lot of people having a difficult time getting a connection for cell service. And then the issue of bursting pipes. Well, I shared several stories this past day. They're probably in the thousands now. Interviewing one plumbing service after another, they're saying we're taking like one call a minute. Many of them have stopped even answering their phones. They are literally, as far as trying to get out and repair broken pipes, some of these guys are saying, we got 2 to 3 months worth of service booked right now. And there's going to be more of that in the coming days as we've dealt with this extremely prolonged cold air. Too much for houses to handle. In Texas, they say normally we deal with heat here, not the cold, especially in a place like Houston. One guy was giving a little tour of his home Water leaking from the ceiling due to a burst pipe, water pouring onto his bed and across the hardwood floor. It's not that we can't handle the snow, it's just we never get this kind of temperature down here. Yeah, our homes aren't all that well insulated. We aren't ready for this. In most cases, they don't even wrap and insulate their pipes that far to the south. And that's why we're seeing this issue of so many burst water pipes. Now, as the precip comes to an end across Texas and Oklahoma, which for the most part it has, this storm's going to be tracking on to the northeast. The cold air's not going anywhere anytime real quick. That cold air that's entrenched over the southern plains, the snow will gradually spread across the Tennessee Valley, then mix that sleet and freezing rain even further to the south, south-central Arkansas. You've measured some of the deepest snow from this latest storm. They're talking accumulations just shy of 12 inches in Hope, Arkansas, about 100 miles southwest of Little Rock. Some spots in Arkansas will probably see in excess of 1 foot of snow by the time this all comes to an end during the overnight hours. Now, once again, it's just the northeastern portion of Arkansas where you're still seeing some light snow. Any additional accumulations are going to be very, very light. But there's been so many power outages in the Houston area that NASA actually shared some satellite images where you can see the change of night lights during the nighttime hours from space. The infrared imaging radiometer, they recently measured the amount of light emitted in the Houston area going back to the night of February the 7th, before all this stuff started to unfold. And then they go from one screen on the night of the 7th, and then they flip over to the night of the 16th, night before last, when there's about 1.4 million without power in the Houston area. You can just see, literally like flipping a light switch. The areas that had electricity, that were giving off light, are being shown in the varying colors of the spectrum, and other areas totally dark. Yeah, power outages have been seen by satellites in the past, but according to the director of Earth from Space Institute at University Space Research Association, this particular outage, he says, is unique, that it's rare to see large outages like this in developed countries like the United States, occurring all over Texas, not just near Houston. Yeah, the numbers have come down a bit over the past day in Texas. As of like 6 o'clock this past evening, they say the number of outages still remains at over 2.5 million, like 2.6. Now, that's down from more than 4 million customers that were out of power earlier this week. They say the light and heat was restored to about 1.2 million customers this past day in Texas. Texas Public Utilities Commission was able to add 6,000 megawatts to the power grid. According to the Fox affiliate out of Houston, that's a step in the right direction, but there's a lot of work that still has to be done. As I said, with more than 2.6 still in the dark. That's going to fluctuate over the next several days, probably through the weekend, as the abnormally cold weather is still locked in there over Texas. Electricity may be off and on periodically. Customers need to be prepared to be without power, potentially for the duration of this shortage event, which could last several more days, according to Centerpoint Energy this past day. They also say that if your power is on, please conserve as much as you can. Use it sparingly. So what they've been saying for days, please do not run a dishwasher. If you've got power and if you've got water, don't run the washer and the dryer and things of that nature. Conserve as much as you can. So gear up for our friends in the Northeast. Tens of millions. You're looking at another round of traffic snarling snow and ice that could leave hundreds of thousands in the dark between now and Friday. New York City should be right in the heart of this one. But this, of course, will be the caboose of what has been a proverbial freight train of winter storms. This system's going to swing through the region from now through Friday. The messy mix of all the different hazards. We saw heavy snow and ice for the Northeast after pushing in off the Pacific earlier this week. This country has done another dive across the south central states, and now it's making a beeline into the Northeast. We have winter storm warnings and watches plastered across much of the Northeast, awaiting the storm's arrival. Yeah, this storm and the predecessor just a couple of days ago, the Arctic outbreak we've been talking about in the south central USA. Now, even though the bulk of this system has kind of bypassed the upper Midwest, you got a graze, a little bit of snow from Chicago to St. Louis to Detroit, just a little bit of nuisance snowfall there. We will be looking at some more substantial snow for forecast for parts of the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. Now, where Cincinnati got at least 4 inches of snow with Monday's storm, this particular system, they're saying Thursday could bring 4 to 8 inches. I'm looking at AccuWeather. All I know is we've only got a winter weather advisory here in Southwest Ohio. The National Weather Service says we'll see 1 to 2 inches between like now and 1 a.m. on Friday. All right, so snow's forecast to spread then over the Northeast Wednesday night into Thursday. Pittsburgh, maybe 3 to 6 inches from this system. You've already seen nearly 2 times your average snowfall for the middle of February. 54 inches of snow has already fallen in Pittsburgh this year. This one looks a little colder. The track a little further east. That means accumulating snow compared to the first storm that brought a lot more ice and even some rain for the coastal areas there in the Northeast. We're going to be talking 6 to 12-inch totals from parts of northeastern West Virginia through central Massachusetts, maybe the southern tier of New Hampshire. Some of the heavier hit areas could see 18 inches. New York City, looks like you're going to be in the thick of the heavy snow band. It's set up over the region, maybe 6 inches to 10 inches predicted for Manhattan. Yeah, much like the Steel City, the Big Apple, you've seen nearly twice your normal seasonal snow already. A bit further to the south, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., you're on track for a few inches of snow from Thursday into Friday. So there you go. The worst of this storm is going to probably occur during the first part of the day today, Thursday, where the snowfall rates may be 1 to 2 inches per hour along the I-95 corridor there in the mid-Atlantic. And then, of course, the icy side. Thursday to midday, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, the areas that may pick up a half to 3/4 of their total accumulation during the first few hours of the storm today. So again, the snowfall rates are going to be ramping up. It's going to be coming down big time. And there's the potential for very snowy, difficult morning drive Thursday from the central Appalachians to the mid-Atlantic coast. Lots more to cover as far as our wintry weather is concerned. I said the havoc on the roadways. Arkansas, yep, you were in the thick of it throughout the day Wednesday with your unseasonably low temperatures, the second storm in a week's time. Portions of I-40 in eastern Pulaski and western Lonoke counties closed this past day. Numerous accidents. According to some of the social media posts from the Arkansas State Police, one of the earliest accidents, part of a chain reaction of multiple crashes along I-40. It all started about 9 o'clock this past morning. First, we had a tractor-trailer jackknife that struck the rear end of an Arkansas State Police patrol car driven by Sergeant Chuck Lewis. He's a 25-year veteran of the force. He was attempting to warn westbound vehicles on I-40 of the congested traffic that was just ahead due to a non-injury crash just down the road. Despite the ice and snow-covered roads, they said oncoming traffic was moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. What is it with people not wanting to slow down in the snow and ice? Joseph Barbosa, 54 years old, of San Antone, the driver of the tractor-trailer that struck the The truck approaching the area lost control of the vehicle. As he started to hit the brakes, he jackknifed, striking the rear of the patrol car. The patrol car was then spun into the tree line north of the interstate. Luckily, the officer was not seriously injured, but Barbosa regained control of the truck and left the scene of the crash. He was later apprehended in the North Little Rock area, where he was charged with careless and prohibited driving, leaving the scene of a property damage crash. He was not injured in the crash, but he's now waiting for a court date to answer some of the charges. But there was this literal chain of crashes, they tell us, that stretched for more than 30 miles east of the initial crash scene. So one crash after another, it's just been that kind of week. We've seen a lot of damage over the past week. Speaking of which, real quick, speaking of damage, AccuWeather, they gave the breakdown this past day. Yeah, they're estimating that this 1-2 punch of winter storms is going to be somewhere between $45 and $50 billion worth of damage. Now, to put the economic toll into context, AccuWeather's estimate for the entire 2020 hurricane season, which was one of the most active seasons in many years, was somewhere between $60 and $65 billion, compared with this estimate of $45 to $50 billion. Yeah, we've been experiencing one of the stormiest patterns we've seen in many, many years. The damage has been exacerbated by the record cold all the way down to the Gulf Coast this week. All right, their analysis made by incorporating some of the independent methods to evaluate the direct and then the indirect impacts of these storms. But they emphasized the magnitude of the life-threatening crisis and, of course, then the financial implications. And with, a couple more days, well, Thursday and at least through Friday of the frigid conditions in the Deep South, we'll undoubtedly see the number of fatalities going up. All right, get your calls here at 844-844-3388. Out of the box, let's head out to somewhere in Montana. I believe Dan is checking in from Montana. What's going on this morning, Dan?
Oh, not a whole lot, Steve. It's the first time I called since you got on the air here.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, with these generators, my mom has a generator. She lives up in South Dakota. And I wouldn't be without a wood stove or a generator because 30 below zero, you got to have something. You can't depend on the electric company because they got a history in South Dakota. The wires going down with ice storms.
Yep, right.
And a generator, you can get a pretty decent standing generator for $7,500. That runs on propane. You'll hear a little click, and then all of a sudden, the generator's running. You don't need electricity coming down a pole.
I'd have a sneaky suspicion here in there's probably going to be a big surge in people purchasing generators. Yeah. I don't know how many people in Texas might be venturing out to purchase one, but some areas that unprepared, they're going to see a big boost in sales in the coming weeks.
Yeah, well, just the tornado, Wichita Falls, Texas, and I mean, they got the Tornado Alley there. I mean, that take down power lines, too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, and propane line buried underground to a gen set, I mean, that's pretty much foolproof as long as you keep the maintenance up. I mean, Washington, we've been getting hit pretty hard across the top side this whole last couple of weeks.
Yeah, these storms have all been kind of emanating from out, and you're coming in from the Pacific Northwest and then dropping down into the Deep South. You guys have been getting all the focus has really been on Texas and areas of the East, but Washington, Oregon, Montana. You guys have been kind of ignored, but you've been buried with these storms as well, haven't you?
Yeah, where I live in southeast Montana, at 40 below zero.
Wow,
we've had that for off and on for about a week. And luckily enough, we haven't froze up or gelled up either.
Isn't that something? Okay, yeah.
But I've seen some price gouging going on. The 911 additive in Montana, $7.99 for a little bottle.
Mm-hmm.
You go down to Cheyenne, Wyoming, they want almost $18 for a little bottle.
Wow. Yeah, I saw someone posted, I think, on Facebook the other day. I don't know if it was in Wyoming or where it was, but yeah, somewhere he said I had gone in to get a couple of extra bottles of the 911, and he said, yeah, it was like the price had doubled.
Oh, yeah. And they told me, well, corporate sets the price. Well, how can corporate set one price for Cheyenne, Wyoming, and a different price for Columbus, Montana?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And they got you too, because you're going to have to put something on.
Yep.
But thankfully, it's only 19 degrees over here by Moses Lake, Washington, and no snow.
So is that 19 on the plus side or the negative side?
On the plus side.
Wow, you got a heat wave.
Got them. Oh yeah, it feels great.
19, okay.
Hopefully, Snoqualmie stays open tonight, because yesterday wasn't very good. All the passes are pretty much closed.
Oh boy, it's been a very ugly week. So your temperatures there, that's right about where we are here, all the way over in Southwest Ohio. Yeah. We've been in the teens the last few mornings. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the spring is definitely going out like a lion.
Oh, I can't wait for spring to get here, Dan. Thank you checking in from Montana there. Let's look at some of my messages here. What do we got here? Pete says, morning, Steve. Looking forward to a great show. I hope we can give you a great show there, Pete. Hello from the Buckeye Boy. Is that in Mississippi? Hello to Tina. Hi, Tina. She said, hello, brother-in-law. Good morning. Let's get to talking. All right, we're underway. Hello to Tammy. Hello to Vicky. All those, and these are via the social media, Facebook, YouTube, and whatnot. Tina said they do have a little bit of sleet mixed in with the rain there in the Chattanooga Valley, northwest Georgia. Then Sean Johns, yes, R.A.P. and mega dittos to the late, great Rush Limbaugh. That was one of the big breaking stories this past day. You know, I had brought Rush up, what was it, here just a few days ago. Maybe we're going back to last week. I think it was like last Wednesday. And we talked about it on Thursday morning because when he had missed the show last Wednesday, 1 week ago, this past day, it had been 5 consecutive days that he had not been on the radio. And his spokesperson said, we're praying for remission. But I pretty much got the sense when they made that statement that he was not going to be on for the 5th consecutive day. And then he wasn't on Thursday, wasn't on Friday. I thought, he's going downhill. And indeed, that's one of the top stories. Rush Limbaugh, the conservative icon, who many say single-handedly created the era of national political talk radio. Of course, he had the most listened to program in United States history, bigger than any other, ever. Passing away this past day, the lung cancer, a year after announcing the diagnosis. Of course, he was 70 years old. His wife actually made the announcement on his radio show. But we've got much to cover and all the latest. And, the condolences are coming in from radio broadcast icons all over the country. When I first saw the news shortly after it was announced, I mentioned the fact that Rush Limbaugh, he is the individual. And we've, those of us who are in the likes of talk radio know he kind of set the stage for talk radio as it exists today, which also just about a week ago, we were talking how talk radio as we've known it for the last 20 years or so is kind of a dying breed with all these new outlets, the digital mediums, the podcast and all the sort of things. Kind of like what we're doing right now, but all the changes that are taking place within this industry. All righty, let's get up there and say, hello, Horse Feathers. How are things in Maryland tonight?
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Clear and dry.
It ain't there yet.
Clear and dry.
I hear you. Yeah,
just like Pennsylvania.
hang on. It's on the way.
Guess what? I guess another half an hour. Pennsylvania should be closed, shouldn't it?
Yeah, the heavy.
I see. There's two sets of.
There is snow stretching from about Scranton to State College back to Pittsburgh. I see that there's some snow. Most of it's on the lighter side, but the heavy stuff is now climbing in, coming through West Virginia, heading into Northern Virginia. Yeah, in the next few hours, it'll be on your doorstep there.
So why does Pennsylvania have restrictions on I-83 at 1 o'clock in the morning when there's nothing in the visual ability to see? Unbelievable. Road's dry. But I sent you a couple things there. I sent you the what they're doing. They got two sets of restrictions there. There's one set starting at 1 a.m. and another set starting at 4 a.m. And then I actually found a site there, part of the site that shows you what all the tier levels are from the 1A, 2, 3, up through 5. And they got these things with buses that are equipped with ATD. Do you know what a bus is that's equipped with ATD or a motorhome or something? Do you know what that is? Because
honestly,
I've never heard of ATD.
ATB. I'm not sure.
Automatic traction device, maybe. Maybe it's an automatic traction device. Maybe it's those automatic chains or something. But there's something else that says that if you have equipment with chains on board, you can run it into the higher tiers. Does the chains on board, does that mean they have to be on the wheels on board, or do they just have to be hanging on the trailer or in the toolbox, or what does chains on board mean?
I guess that means you got to be able to chain up if you need it.
Yeah, but yeah, I just didn't know if they required them the chains on board, if they might mean just you have to have them on running chains at that point, or I don't know, or just carrying them. But who knows? I mean, like everything else, if they want to find a way to give you a ticket for something, they'll still give you a ticket. Yeah. So anyways, I got an email yesterday from, I don't know if it was from Elon Musk himself or not, but Starlink is coming in operation, and they sent me an email that said I could plug in my address and they'd tell me when service would be available. And it looks like by sometime in June, maybe July, I'll be available for Starlink service at my house. So they kind of give you a breakdown. It takes about $500 to get set up for all the equipment and installation and tax and everything. And then it's like $100 a month service charge.
$100 a month
to run the Starlink.
I mean, for internet service, $100 a month, that's pretty steep. What the heck?
Well, I don't know what else they're going to involve in that. And with my new smart TV that I have, I got that big 65-inch big smart TV now that I can watch you with from midnight to 5 a.m. there on the internet. Well, it has all my local channels, and it has a lot of free TV, and it has Netflix and all that. And you want to know something? If I can get internet and use it to watch my TV, I'll pull the plug on the dish and give up my satellite service for DirecTV and pay the $100 a month and have good internet, because right now where I'm at, I have no internet service at the house other than using the cell phones as a hotspot. So, and that really kind of sucks. But it's all right for when you need it out and stuff. But when you're trying to use it, on your laptop and do work and stuff, it doesn't have very high speed with anything.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, if I can have high speed internet.
Is that because of all the snow and ice you've got up on the dish and whatever that nothing's working? Is that?
No, we only have the cell phones. We do not have any internet service. We have no phone or no cable TV. We don't have cable TV in our location, so we don't have cable or anything. But the DirecTV that does all right, but in order to have satellite with DirecTV, you got to pay extra to their HughesNet, which is another $75 or $80 a month, and it's
So we don't do that. We just use the cell phones for the hotspots. But anyway, so I'm looking forward to this Starlink. We'll have to see how that develops and what their speeds will be, how they compare to the DSL and the cable lines and stuff like that. So anyways, hey, have you heard anything about this deal with the National Guard down in D.C.? That so far the deployment of that is, I think I heard something that's cost like $500 million to have the National Guard down there protecting the Capitol and what they've done since the 6th of January. And Nancy Pelosi is the one in charge of having it be there, having the National Guard deployed there.
Yes.
And she wants it there now through what, the end of summer or the end of the year?
Yeah, that's what she wants, but I don't think that I saw this past. I think that they're planning. The military said they're planning to have them all out of there by the end of March, so a little over a month from now. But
so was the National Guard coming to D.C. before the 6th of January when President Trump recommended it and offered to do it? Was that held up by Nancy Pelosi not approving the financial part to have protection at the U.S. Capitol, or was that held up by the Pentagon themselves?
That's what's being investigated, Horse Feathers. Nancy Pelosi was the one in charge, and that went up. The request had gone up the chain of command, and it was denied. That's why I think she didn't want to do an investigation early on. Now after the impeachment and all, now, and it's only due to the outcry from so many on both sides of the aisle. You've got Democrats and Republicans saying, well, we need a full investigation. It'll be interesting to see what is uncovered there. Who knew what and when? Because, again, we know Donald Trump he made available 10,000 National Guard troops for the rally on January the 6th. All right, we get a quick break in here. We'll get back to your calls. Want to jump on board? It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive underway on a Thursday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, indeed. I got the email from Horse Feathers from Starlink. He shared that with me this past day. To which they say, yeah, Starlink capacity now available to a limited number of users per coverage area, as they call it. It'll all be on a first-come, first-served basis. I'll get more on that coming up here in a bit. I want to jump down because this may be information you need if you're out on the road. John Osborne with OOIDA's Spirit of the American Trucker Tour trailer. He's been at the Petro in San Antone. And he gave an update. All the big three truck stop chains have numerous closed locations as the nasty weather descended on Texas and Louisiana. John woke up, I guess, this past morning. He said it is a real mess at the Petro San Antone. At this location, he said, reserved parking has been opened for truckers for free. Hearing about reports of broken water pipes that are closing truck stops, of course, the power outages that are closing the fuel pumps, all kinds of issues. Everything's closed. Where he's there at the Petro in San Antonio. No food, no fuel, no showers, no DEF, no nothing. All right, as of 2:30 this past afternoon, Central Time, TA, Travel Centers of America, of course, which operates TA and Petro's truck stops, reporting weather-related closures and problems in Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and elsewhere. Of course, in Texas, TA and Petro reporting that most cities are continuing to experience the rolling blackouts. Now, they've reported 3 Texas locations closed. TA New Braunfels, TA Bernardo, and the TA Rockwall. TA Laredo is closed with the exception of truck service. There's no water at the TA Granado, the TA Baytown, the Petro Pershall, and the TA Big Springs. Also in Texas, no water or diesel at the TA San Antone, the Petro San Antone, the Petro Persall. Diesel pumps are down at the Petro's Carl's Corner, the TA in Terrell, and the TA Dallas South. In Louisiana, no water at the TA Tallulah, the TA Lafayette, the TA Greenwood, and the Petro Shreveport. Love's reporting several facilities closed. You've got Katy, Texas, Lulling, Texas, Houston, and Greenwood, Louisiana. Also, Love's is listing diesel outages as well as power, water, truck service, and restaurant closures. You could go to their respective websites. The other of the big three, of course, Pilot, as of yesterday, 24 truck stop locations closed due to power outages. As of like 4 o'clock Eastern, the Pilot company was reporting 13 locations closed because of power outages. They had Houston, Cotulla, Stockton, Texas, Von Ormy, Texas, Hempstead, Tye, Texas, Buffalo, Pasadena, and Schulenburg, Texas, Orla, Midland, Odessa, and Mesquite, Texas. They also listed 7 truck stop locations that aren't scheduled to get deliveries at this time, which we were talking last evening as well about a number of truck stops that are out of fuel. They might have power, but they haven't got their diesel deliveries, so out of fuel. information you might need. All right, get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. All right, somebody wanted to talk about the power in Texas. Who we got on the line here?
This is Cue Ball.
Hello, Cue Ball. Doesn't say your name on the screen. What's happening?
Oh, well, not much. I guess I'm happy to be in cold Wisconsin, not cold Texas. At least I can get food.
Uh-huh.
Certainly not want to be down at the Petro and starving to death, and also not having any fuel to keep warm. See, let me ask you a question. I'm confused. When I drive up and down I-65 just south of Chicago, you come through Chicago, get into Indiana, come up and down 65 south at night, all you see are these blinking red lights. You know what them blinking red lights are? Everywhere.
Cell towers?
No, wind turbines.
Oh, wind turbines. Okay.
Yeah, they don't freeze. And it gets cold up here. Matter of fact, it's cold here now. I remember years ago, I used to go across out to Seattle all the time. And I remember watching the helicopters putting up the power lines for the wind turbines in South Dakota along I-90. How come those don't freeze? Point is, these wind turbines, don't get me wrong, I'm no fan of wind turbine. I'd rather just burn coal or natural gas and not have to worry about anything. I know up north they complain about these wind turbines. The ice gets on the blades, and they turn pretty slow. Or at least what you think is pretty slow. But when they're really moving, they're spinning the tip speed. The speed at which the tip of the blades are going through the air, somewhere around 80, 90 mile an hour. So if there is any ice built up on these things, and those things flick the ice, they flick them pretty far. So that can get dangerous. Why don't the ones in Texas freeze? If the ones in South Dakota still work.
I guess they're investigating that right now, Cue Ball. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about them, but a couple of callers said that the wind turbines actually have like a defrost cycle, that they actually need some energy to do that. I'm not exactly sure.
I'm not sure either, but let me just. I just sit here and I wonder, and I'm looking at everything we learned from the year 2020. Actually, from the beginning of or the end of 19, if you think about it. And the more I sit and think some more, I'm saying to myself, wind turbines in Texas freeze, but the ones in South Dakota don't. Okay, so how did this happen? Now, here's some of the big problems that really make me scratch my head. You now put a lot of people in a position where they have no power, they have no way to heat their home, and I guess I guess I'm the only person that thinks ahead and might want to prepare. Have a kerosene heater in case, because I live in an apartment, actually I live in a truck when I'm not home, but. Point is, I have a family. We have a kerosene heater, a considerable amount of kerosene. I don't have the ability to hook up like a home house generator or something because I live in an apartment. But last year we had a pretty bad thunderstorm, get some wind shear going, and took down some power lines, and my little town had no power for, I think, about a week and a half.
Wow.
So I was able to, this was in the summertime, and I was able to keep the fridge running and the freezer from thawing, so we were good. Granted, that particular storm, it was a little isolated thing. So you just went one town over if you run out of fuel. Of course, I also have a considerable amount of gas for the generator. But I think ahead. And one of the biggest fears I have this time of year is something happening to the power. And I don't need to worry about Jen or my son Matt freezing because we can't keep the house warm. We can. It's just not going to be warm, but it's not going to be sub-zero at night inside the house. You're going to have to wear a coat, but you're not going to freeze to death. That's the point. People don't think. People don't plan ahead. You think the government's going to make sure the power is going to stay on. And I'm sitting there wondering, with a governor that's up for re-election in 2022, if these damned windmills didn't freeze because they were simply turned off. In other words, my Peterbilt truck, if I park it outside and 10 below zero and plug it in, treat the fuel, or even park it inside my heated shop, it'll fire in the morning. But if I just turn it off and leave it sit out there for 2-3 days, it's going to take an act of God to get that thing to make any noise, to actually run. See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering if this wasn't done intentionally. It's not like a virus never escaped from another country to ruin the world economy and cripple the United States and flip an election for a president that bent China over to the fuel tank when it came to winning a trade war. Not like that's never happened before. So you mean to tell me windmills that don't freeze anywhere else freeze in Texas? And that's just by happenstance? No, that's never happened before, Steve. No one's ever come up with some diabolical scheme to get rid of people in power like that. So I seriously think people need to, as the general public, everything you have, you're used to the power being on, get used to it not being on. And you should have prepared for the fact that winter happens. This is not the first time it's been cold down there.
No.
Not the first time. Granted, it is rare. But I remember us talking for years about when it gets really cold down in Florida, how they have to sprinkle water on the citrus crops to insulate it so it won't freeze or it won't, the core temperature, the fruit won't get too cold and ruin it. So these things are not complete. This is not biblical. These things happen. It's weather. But it happened now, and I do think that people have a reason politically to make it worse because they want to affect some kind of change. Now, let me ask you this. Here's another good question. Why is it that refineries that are making, fuel, a necessary product, are allowed to close down due to weather? If the roads are terrible and the trucks can load up, why are trucks not able to get through? I mean, you have to chain up to get up over the mountain passes. My point is, if there are things, there are things for society that absolutely have to stay running. Horse Feathers talks about it. Doesn't he haul propane?
He does, yes.
If I remember rightly. That's very important stuff to move in the wintertime. Why in the hell is Pennsylvania shutting down interstates when there isn't even any bad weather on the road yet? And that propane truck that's needed can't get through? See where I'm going with this again? It's almost like this crap's being done on purpose, not on the guise of safety, but also just to try to make it harder on people to get through, to make them more dependent, to make them more needing the product that's being held up for no reason. If you're hauling fuel in Texas, chain that damn truck up and get it to the truck stop. Don't have snow chains? Why not? It's not like they didn't know it was never going to happen. I can understand it. I heard the beginning part of your show yesterday about Houston with the snow plows. New York City plows snow with garbage trucks.
Yes.
Houston don't have garbage trucks? Why in the hell don't they have the occasional snowplow buried in some warehouse somewhere that they don't use very often? But when they do, hook them to garbage trucks. You don't have to have a dedicated truck just to plow snow. Like I said, New York City does it with their damn garbage trucks.
I don't think they have any plows. Whatsoever to hook up to anything.
Why? Why not? It's not like it's never snowed.
Yeah, well, I guess they don't get enough of it to ever have to worry about it.
Until they have to worry about it. You see my point? It's almost like this crap is done because they're either too lazy to think, don't want to think, or just frankly don't care. So, that's what the government ought to do. But the average citizen, listen, government will not help you. They're not going to make sure your power stays on. They're not going to make sure your gas station has gasoline or diesel fuel or kerosene. They're not going to make sure that they're not coming. They're not going to help you. If we haven't learned anything in the last handful of years, they've weaponized weather to the point where necessary things will not be shipped. Necessary equipment will not come to you. That propane that Horse Feathers hauls will not be through Pennsylvania. Why? People with the generator. Okay, great. How many gallons of gas you got? You got a generator and 5 gallons of gas. That'll last you half a day.
Yeah.
If you're going to run it nonstop. You see the point? You can have a generator, but how many hundreds of gallons of gasoline are you sitting on in your garage? You're going to buy propane tanks and fill it with what? There's no propane to be had. And how many gallons, how many pounds of propane are you going to hold to keep a generator or a heater running? People have to think about these things. Right now, you don't have to worry about food storage. Put it outside. It'll stay cold.
Ah,
That's this time of year. You have to think
cold
about
right
which.
now. Yeah, but I saw a story saying something about it's not a good idea if you put your food outside. It's not. I said, well, why? I didn't go into the heart of it. Maybe I better reinvestigate. Well, what's wrong if you got frozen food and it's freezing outside? I'm thinking it'll still be frozen, won't it?
Well, you're not going to be able to. Well, we'll leave it in the sunlight.
Right.
The radiant heat of the sun shining on it. But
yes.
The point is, there's a little bit of thought process that goes on. You have to prepare. What can happen to you in the summer? What can happen to you in the winter? You got to think about this stuff. And I don't know. Maybe after everything 2020 happened, I still think it's a chess game. When it came to the release of the virus and everything that's happened since then, and what we now have, as far as our government and what they've been doing. But I'm willing to bet you, because, like I said, the wind turbines up there in South Dakota, them suckers don't freeze. And if it is the way that they're built and they're not built that way in Texas, then why the hell not? This is not unprecedented. My point is, I'm starting to wonder if it wasn't done, if they're not. In other words, obviously nobody could control the weather, but why waste an opportunity if that's what their goal is, to try to hurt people, to make them change their mind politically and say, well, this government screwed it up. You follow what I'm saying?
Well, I do follow what you're saying. It's a little bit of a conspiracy theory, cue ball, but you've never been one to shy away from a conspiracy theory.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve. I'm not that far off. I remember I was thinking the same thing when the whole virus thing happened, and I'll look at it a year later. We were playing checkers; they were playing chess. Somebody's got to answer that question. Until they do, that theory holds water. Until somebody can explain to me why a South Dakota wind turbine doesn't freeze, but a Texas wind turbine does, then my theory holds water until someone can definitively explain that one to me.
I think that would
not for nothing.
That would be worth some investigation, cue ball. That is a good question. I hadn't really even thought about that. Yeah, it's not like Texas is the only place with wind turbines. All right, the other question, why are they shutting down roads in Pennsylvania when there's not? Supposedly the bad weather is coming, and I've got that full breakdown also. That one of some interstates kicks in here in about 5 minutes, to 1 o'clock a.m. Other impacts starting at 4 a.m. Really, there's winter storm warnings are only in the southeastern corner of the state. I'm looking from the Weather Service office in State College, PA, for like the cities of McConnellsburg, Chambersburg, Harrisburg, Hershey, PA, Lebanon, PA, Carlisle, York, Lancaster, Gettysburg. Yeah, they're saying heavy snow. Total accumulation's about 6 inches. So that's central PA. Yeah, from 1 a.m. till 10 a.m. 1 a.m. this morning till 10 a.m. Friday, you got a winter storm warning there. So, roads are going to get icy and dicey. Then they go on down to like the Baltimore, Washington, D.C. area. Yeah, you're going to see some accumulating snow. Ice is going to be a problem there as well, up to 1/4 inch. But let me flip back over to the travel restrictions again, which will be implemented here in very short order, a matter of minutes, starting at 1 a.m. Due to the latest storm, PennDOT will be enacting the following commercial vehicle restrictions. Now, that would be empty commercial vehicles on I-70 from the Maryland state line to I-76, I-81 from the Maryland state line to I-78, I-83, I-99, and I-283. Then a few hours later, 4 a.m. this morning, PennDOT will be enacting commercial vehicle restrictions. Now, this is for empty commercial vehicles on I-78, I-80 from Interstate 99 to the New Jersey state line, 81 extending to I-84 I-84, 176, I-380, US 22 from I-78 to the New Jersey state line, and PA 33. This is the same level of restrictions they've been putting on. They've got tiers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and level 1 is the lowest of restrictions, but no vehicles like automobiles or and anything pulling a trailer, they're banned during the restrictions. Now, it's empty trailers, and technically in the wording it says empty or lightly loaded. And every time I say that, I say, well, that's subject to interpretation. Who determines what is lightly loaded versus just heavy enough to be allowed on the interstate? That's the breakdown. But for the most part, it's empty trailers, and no bobtails as well. And so that's Pennsylvania right now. If I get some of the other advisories, if we see anything out of New Jersey, last week New Jersey had restrictions as well. With that, about a minute before we hit top of the hour here. What else did we want to cover real quickly before we got to that? I was going back to some of my, the message board here. Chris, the night shift nurse is with us. Just getting his week started. All right. Well, good to have you with that. Steven says 53 in Simi Valley, going down to 48 degrees. All right, that's temperature-wise. I got you. Well, that ain't too bad. What else? Listen to the science. What's science? All right. Is there such a thing as using too much anti-gel? Kyle asked that question. I don't know. I guess... sometimes I know drivers in the extreme cold, if you're going to be up in that 40 below stuff in North Dakota, Montana, but sometimes they'll double treat. And I know there are drivers that have, in these extreme cold temperatures, some of them have just been using, what is it? Yeah, straight number 1. I like because that tends not to freeze like the others, so. All right, with that, we'll get a timeout here. Top of the hour has arrived, and your calls ahead. We'll try to answer more of those questions. A lot of questions. What's going on? Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, we'll reload the radar here. Let me zoom in. Yeah, a broad area of snow, in many cases light snow. Yeah, we've got snow all the way up into north, central, and northwestern Illinois at this hour. A few pockets, a little heavier snow in central Illinois. It's light snow stretching from, right about Indianapolis on down to Louisville. Areas of southern and central Kentucky. You're forecast to see some of the heavier accumulations. Looks like eastern Kentucky right now. Snow coming down at a pretty darn good clip. So probably some ugly travel conditions there as we try to zoom in. Yeah, from Richmond all the way down to the Tennessee state line. It's again another mixed bag falling in the Nashville area. Poor folks in Nashville. You've seen a little bit of everything. Snow, then ice, then more snow, then more ice, and even some heavy rains over towards from Jefferson City on up in toward Bristol. You're changing over to snow there in Bristol, Tennessee. On up to the north and east, we've got some lines of heavier snow that are going to be pushing out of eastern Kentucky, making their way up into West Virginia. One of those bands of heavier snow now crossing over toward Beckley, West Virginia. Let me see, Parkersburg, you're seeing the snow. It's light snow there. But again, snow falling from Pittsburgh to State College. Eastern PA right now, it's not there yet. Yeah, the roads are high and dry for the most part from right about Harrisburg to Philadelphia, on back to Harrisonburg, Virginia, the D.C. area. You're clean and green. If you're rolling right now, you're in good shape. Later today, that all becomes a different story, though. Yeah, we know it's been cold. Just how cold? Other impacts aside, we've talked about the road conditions, obviously, the impacts on air travel, water pipes bursting, and all those things, freezing wind turbines. In Arkansas, they tell us ranchers are fitting pantyhose over the heads of calves in a desperate attempt to keep them warm. In Montana, they've been duct taping calves' ears to their necks to stop their ears from falling off. In Oklahoma, newborns arrived onto snow-packed frozen ground, perishing. Ranchers reportedly sticking some of the hardest-hit animals in the front seat of their pickup trucks or even bringing them in their home. Across the plains, the South and the Southwest, the unprecedented cold has been brutal for millions of people, obviously. For the flora and the fauna, as well as those who make the living cultivating them. A Darwinian mix of outlandish and gruesome. Now, the founder of the brokerage beef cattle company in Arkansas says it's survival of the fittest right now. Lots of hay having to be put out on the daily basis just to keep the cows warm enough to not freeze to death. Scores of broiler houses where chickens are raised without power. In Mississippi, 4 broiler houses destroyed from collapsed roofs from the snow and ice, the weight. Dale Murden raises both citrus and cattle in Harlington, Texas. Yeah, the whole state, from the panhandle to the tip, is a mess. Farmers struggling to get food and water to the herds. Cattleman Clay Buttram lost 2 calves this past day in Stillwater, Oklahoma. He's been making the rounds to animals, rolling out bales of hay, replenishing feed, breaking the ice in their watering stations. And right now, it's calving season. And he said, I couldn't keep up. Yeah, they were born on the snow. There wasn't anything there that could be done. One farmer in Montana has been, as we said, duct taping the ears of baby calves to their necks. Their ears will get frostbite and fall off, he said. They can succumb to hypothermia. Beef packers, including Cargill and Tyson Foods, forced to shut down meat plants because of the energy constraints. Consumers stocking up have also cleared the store shelves while there are long lines at some of the fueling stations. The weather woes, in addition to killing some of the young animals, is going to slow the rate of weight gain for cattle because they use energy to stay warm. Lighter animals will mean smaller supplies later this year. A time when consumers already are expecting to be paying higher prices for meat because of the soaring animal feed prices. Meanwhile, a cow whose calf died will be a sunk cost. I cannot reap the benefits of that cycle for 2 more years. All right, so things we don't really think of in the most part. All right, let's get back to your calls here as we work our way into a Thursday. It's 844-844-3388. Let's check in with Jason, I believe it is, in Texas. What part of Texas are you in, Jason, and what's it like there now?
Oh, I'm not actually in Texas. I'm up in Arkansas.
Oh, okay.
The roads are decent. But I was calling about the wind turbines and stuff. If you look at the radars around Texas area right now and actually over the past few days, the reason why these turbines are freezing up is there's no wind to move them. You can't move a turbine that's just like your truck sitting there doing nothing. It's going to freeze up. So has nothing to do with the turbines moving to keep the water shedded off of them. There just ain't no wind.
Okay.
At all. And then you talk about people are like, oh, there's power outages from the north to the south. Texas, Oklahoma, all the way up into Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota. It's because the country is broke into 3 segments. And each segment of the country is broken down into electricative cooperatives. And they're all actually, if one area gets overrun with power, they have to cut it everywhere. And it takes actually 10 to 15% of the power when they're doing these rolling blackouts to take and get the other one up and going. So if they save, say, 40 kilowatts or whatever it is, it takes 10% to get that next one that they'd already shut off up and going. So they're just robbing Peter to pay Paul on these electric blackouts. And then it's an ongoing cycle until the demand goes down. And once the demand goes down, you're good to go. That's why it's from north to south, east to west. It's just such a demand. The turbines really don't have nothing to do with it because in the United States, less than 20% comes from green energy. So that green energy ain't doing nothing. But it doesn't say that we can take and use the green energy to take care of all our needs. It means, no, we can't. We got to rely on what we already have. That's coal, natural gas, and nuclear energy. And nobody wants that.
The numbers I've seen out of Texas, I believe 23% is solar and wind in that particular. So I mean, so if you lose half of the 20%, you say you've lost 10, 11% of the power generation. I mean, I don't know. In most cases, that shouldn't be all that significant. But aside from the green, they've also lost a lot of the ability, I guess, to get the natural gas to the power generating facilities. So they're not able to be generating the power they otherwise would with the natural gas.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's part of it too. But it's because all that area from north to south is so stressed right now. So you're actually bringing power in from other areas that are already stressed from too much power because it's being so darn cold. So, we can't move energy around. And the thing with this green energy, we have no way to store energy. Once energy is made, it has to be used. It can't be stored. So it has to be used somewhere. And that's why they move it all over the country to areas that need it. But as long as you're running out of power, I guess if you want to call it that, in one area, and that needs more power because, like you guys in Ohio, a lot of heat pumps are used down there, and it's not actually, it's all electrical fired heat pumps, basically. So you got all this extra energy being used because everybody is turning up their heat or just in general being cold.
Yep.
They're trying to keep a comfortable temperature. And it's not that system is not used to that. I mean, everybody was saying there for a while, they deal with the high temperatures and high heat. But, most of the time, high heat is easier to control the temperature than it is to control when it's freezing. Because everybody wants to be warmer when it's freezing. And people can deal with heat, but they can't. It's hard to deal with cold temperatures, especially down south when they're not used to it.
Sure.
So,
sure.
It's just one of them things that it's a vicious cycle that, like you said before, it's actually, I hate to say it, it's a good thing that this is happening now because people are going to look at it and say, hey, this Green New Deal and everything everything they want to go to all green energy is not going to work because they can't produce enough energy for us all to survive anyways on it.
Correct.
And at the same time, you're got a natural gas that's, something pretty easy to get and cheap to produce. I mean, only other option we have is nuclear power, and nobody wants a nuclear power plant in their back door.
That is correct. And at the same time, don't forget you got the whole issue of where, if we're having a difficult time with the grid as it exists, and yes, this is a big awakening, but at the same time pushing for all electric vehicles, across the board, green energy cars and trucks. If the grid can't handle what we got going now, just think of the number of vehicles in this country. Legitimately, they're talking going all electric vehicles. We shared last evening. The normal cost of fully charging a Tesla would be approximately $18. That's how much juice you're going to use. With the big spike in electric prices due to the whole supply and demand, in the last several days, the cost would be $900 to fully charge your Tesla automobile there in the state of Texas. And yeah, you're right about the whole grid, where normally, if you have a cold snap in the Ohio Valley, well, then your demand goes up, and they'll buy some electricity from the Carolinas or Arkansas or Texas, and vice versa. When it's real hot in the central states, they'll purchase some additional energy from elsewhere in the east. My understanding is the grid in Texas is connected to other areas in the east. They're not connected to the western grid. But with the cold snap impacting so much of the country, there ain't nobody generating power in the eastern U.S. that had surplus power to even allow Texas to have some of it. That's the predicament they found themselves in. Again, this is all going to be kind of a rude awakening. Investigations are already underway. Yesterday, former Texas Governor Rick Perry, kind of warned in Texas that if we adhere to this new green energy ideology, people are going to die. They don't care about your lives in those cases. Now, Rick Perry, remember, he was the energy secretary for a couple of years under Donald Trump. I spoke about the likes of AOC and her Green New Deal. He said, quote, think about it. If we're in the AOC world, fast forward 10 years and everything is solar, everything is wind, and you have this type of event, it's 9 degrees in Round Top, Texas, where the same latitude as Houston, 9 degrees. If you don't have power, you're going to die. There are countless lives that could be lost with this type of reckless adhering to a philosophy that, quite frankly, is not scientific. Texas being ravaged by this storm, millions without power, partially due to frozen windmills, which is prompting many to blame all this on green energy. I guess he was on with Tucker Carlson. At one point, he lost connection during his interview because of the story. But he probably lost power with these rolling blackouts and whatnot. And, of course, Carlson responded to that. Then you lost the feed. Well, you know what? That's the point we're trying to make. Some experts have pointed out that the wind is only responsible for 25% of Texas energy. They caution the frustrated residents. Well, wind is not the only blame. So the point is you need to have a diversity of sources no matter where you are. That's the point that Tucker and Rick Perry were making. Now, Perry served as governor of Texas from 2000 to 2015. In that interview, he said, Yeah, there could not be a greater example of that in the state of Texas right now. We've got a massive amount of wind farms in West Texas that are frozen, just like the propeller on an airplane. They're frozen last night. There was no wind out there. But that's the point Jason was just making. You don't have the wind, the turbines aren't spinning, right? So if the turbine's just sitting there out in the field, and then you get freezing rain and ice, they're locked up. So all that wind energy was lost. So I kind of get the point there. All right, lines available at 844-3388. Hello, Chevy guy.
Well, good morning. Yeah, hey, I just want to make, I lived in West Virginia for 25 years. I just want to take note that coal burns very well at 40 below. So it's just, getting rid of the coal-fired plants, I guess this is what we can expect. Now, what I called about, and also let me take notice. I was thinking about Texas. I remember in '76 running to El Paso, Texas, and on I-10 out of California, and it was it snowed and freezed, and there was solid blue ice on the interstate, and we were creeping along at 10, 15 mile an hour across there. So, I'm sorry, it gets cold down there. So I'm sorry, if you're going to build something, you got to make sure it's insulated. And what the governor of Texas was saying is, like, your gas wells were not insulated and all this stuff. Seems like you would have some kind of electric mesh laid into these windmill blades, so you could so you can flip a switch and you've got de-icing like you would on the back window of your car. But hey, I just drive a truck. I don't know. Want to bring up something? I'm sitting there did the same mistake I make I get up at 10 o'clock, brew my coffee, sit down and watch the news. There's Maxine Waters pushing reparations. I guess they're trying to bring us together.
Yeah.
So in every way, every time
back on that again. Yeah. It's like, here we go again. Yep.
And hey, I know somebody with my last name enlisted in the Union Army in central Pennsylvania, Nate Birkenstock. Now, I know I got ties to the Union Army. Okay, so we now I know also, which is he's also recorded as being in the first professional baseball game ever played, and he's in there twice because he's also tied in as the first Jewish baseball player. So, which is odd because it's also recorded that he was released from service 4 days after he enlisted. And this at a time when Lincoln had troops in New York City shooting the Irish, trying to get them to get, put on the blue uniform. So the only thing I can figure out is he was released because he had, the Jewish faith. They didn't trust Jewish people at the time. But, and as my ties to my history, any ties to him, I played baseball, football, all that. I never did have eye-hand coordination in baseball. I couldn't get the glove far enough. I got hit in the forehead with the baseball, and the coach had me out in the far right field. He said, "Don't worry about it. Nobody ever hits it out there." He sure did, right in the forehead. And football, I was the fastest man on the team, and I never even I just couldn't catch a football. The only way I'd catch it if the quarterback jammed it into my face mask. But it just, and also for Jewishness, I just love bacon, so I don't qualify in any of that history. But I'm just saying, how do you explain it to your children, about all this stuff, and it's all of a sudden they're responsible for it. They're responsible for all this in the past. Well, if you want to do that, you can go on back to Egypt. Al Sharpton said, quote, while your relatives, talking about white folks, was huddled in caves trying to stay warm, my relatives was building the pyramids in Egypt. Well, if that's a fact, last I heard, the pyramids were built by slaves. Also, Egypt had the children of Israel enslaved for over 600 years. So slavery is a part of their past too. So it's not bringing us together. It just, every time it turns TV on, it just feels like the Democrats are going to war with the American people. And they're, wasn't saying let's all get together. I'm sorry, I can't get together. I can't join in with any idea of socialism or, hey, my neighbor's stuff doesn't belong to me. And if my neighbor makes better living than me, I say good. If I do see a need in my neighborhood, yeah, I'm going to do what I can for them. But I'm not going to, I've got to take care of my family first. It's just aggravating listening to them talk about this, and odd that they'd come out with it while the country is struggling in this power situation. But the Biden administration said, well, they're willing to listen for it. But hey, I'll tell you what, I support reparations, but there's only one party that's responsible for it, and that'd be the Democrat Party. So everybody that registers as a Democrat or is a registered Democrat should pay $50 a year to be a Democrat to pay for reparations. And that's all there is to it. I mean, they're responsible for slavery in this country. Democrat Party's responsible for Jim Crow. And I'm sorry. So, if you're going to put that tag on people, put it on the party, the organization that actually caused the trouble. And other than that, like I said, it's just like, let's not even look at all the people that went to war during the Civil War that laid out in the battlefield. And, that some whole generations disappeared. Their sons and their husbands went off the war and never come back. So I just don't see how they're trying to bring our country together in this stuff. And it's a sort of a change of subject for tonight, but I just wanted to bring that out, what was on the news.
All right.
And really enjoying the calls from everybody. I'm going to sit back in a rocking chair and copy the mail, 10-4.
All right, so Chevy Guy, thanks for checking in. You got it. So I guess condolences, the accolades for Rush Limbaugh from fellow broadcasters from all over the country as the word spread of his passing. Many acknowledging him as the reason for their success. Yeah, some kind of calling him a hero, the greatest, indispensable. Yes, it was a little over a year ago when he got the diagnosis, stage 4 lung cancer. 33 years after launching what would become the most listened to show in radio history. Now, the publisher of Talkers magazine geared toward that industry, obviously, said Limbaugh's talent and dedication to the medium unparalleled in the modern talk industry. At a time when the very future of radio and its talent pool could very much be on the decline in terms of cultural relevance and prestige, he actually raised it to a level of importance on a par with the most influential media platforms and players of our time. Several noted that how the AM radio was dying in the late 1980s because television was the new thing, and superior sound quality of the growing popularity of FM radio. Former popular conservative broadcaster Glenn Beck of The Blaze said no words I just got the news that Rush had passed away. Thanks, Rush, for all you taught, gave, and were. A hero to many, an icon, a patriot, a revolutionary that saved radio. Heaven's gain, our lost. Now, one of Limbaugh's guest hosts who filled in occasionally over the past year following the announcement of the diagnosis, Buck Sexton, directly attributing his success to America's anchorman, the doctor of democracy, as he called him. Rush Limbaugh was a hero for this country. He changed so many millions of lives for the better, mine included, he said. The greatest radio host that ever lived, a patriot and icon. God bless him and his family. Nationally syndicated talk show host Dana Loesch noted how Rush inspired millions of conservatives in a time when we didn't even have social media or the internet. You think about that. That's true. There's not a broadcaster today who cannot give credit to Limbaugh. He created the industry. Infotainment, as they call it. The modern conservative movement would not be what it is without his contribution before social media or the internet even existed. And she's right. Ben Shapiro, host of the conservative podcast called Limbaugh, the creator of the talk radio format. He tweeted out, R.I.P. Rush Limbaugh, the creator of talk radio and by extension, the alternative media. An indispensable, iconic conservative voice in this country. And lastly, Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky noted that Rush's impact on the broadcast industry. He called him a legend and a patriot. Not many people can say they revolutionized and stayed at the top of an industry the way he did. All right, my condolences to his family, Rand Paul. Yeah, just a handful of those tributes coming in. No, and realizing at the same time, Rush Limbaugh was, to some extent, much like Donald Trump. People they either loved him or hated him. There weren't a whole lot of in-betweens with Rush. Obviously the liberal left had nothing but disdain for Rush Limbaugh. Those with conservative views, conservative leanings, many thought he's the greatest of all time. And I said, very, very similar to what the Donald Trump era. All right, lines available here. What are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, get back your calls here. Just ahead, it's 844-3388. As we work our way time zone to time zone into a Thursday. So what's the deal out there on the road? Is it distracted driving? Nobody likes to be stuck behind a snowplow, I know. Because they're typically going a lot slower than everybody wants to go. But they're trying to get the roads fixed so you can actually travel at a better rate of speed, right? And don't end up in the ditch. But from Wyoming alone, the Wyoming Department of Transportation reporting 10 snowplow strikes in a 5-day span as plows trying to maintain the roads with the wintry conditions between the 11th and the 16th of this month. The total number of snowplow strikes now 17 this season in Wyoming. The recent strikes occurred near Elk Mountain and Rawlins on I-80 in southeast Wyoming, I-25 near Cheyenne in southeast Wyoming, and I-25 near Wheatland, Chugwater, and Douglas in east central Wyoming. And we had one south of Cody and another near Farson. Most of the plows were struck from behind by other vehicles. Minor damages, minor injuries. One incident involved a tractor trailer hitting the rear of a plow. In that incident, both vehicles were totaled, and the plow driver was injured. We want to remind the public, be careful when driving around the plows this time of year. Our drivers, they're out there maintaining the roads, clearing the snow, putting down the material to help keep the traffic moving. We want all drivers to pay attention. Be careful. The number of snowplow strikes has kind of fluctuated over the past few years. There were 23 crashes during the 2019-2020 winter season, 8 crashes, 2018 and 19, same for 2017 into 18, but the numbers are going up. Stay a safe distance behind the plow until it's safe to pass. Now, plows typically travel at slower speeds, 25 to 45 miles per hour, depending on what the conditions are actually like. You should never drive into an area of the road where you can't see what's in front of you. If you see a cloud of snow ahead when you're driving, there's a good chance that's going to be a snowplow. Don't drive into that cloud. Stay back and wait. Now, if you see a plow and you need to pass, only do that if it's absolutely necessary. But they also point out, never pass a snowplow on the right side of a 2-lane road. In that situation, the plow very likely would be using what they call the wing plow, the plow that sticks out from the side of the truck, and you may end up colliding with that part of the plow. Should be pretty common. So, just then, that's Wyoming alone. Wow, it's Didn't realize that happened that often. All right, we've got available lines here. Let's check in with Eagle. Good morning, Eagle. What's happening out there?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I want to discuss a couple of things because you know I'm the Texas man. I'm not, and I'll explain to you why. You know something, Steve. This whole situation is embarrassing for the state of Texas, for the officials that's running this deal. You know, I told you last night when I left Texas, when I left my home, that I pulled into the town and where Love's truck stop was supposed to be located at. Earlier in your show, you gave a list of all the truck stops that are closed up, don't have no fuel, don't have no shower, no water, nothing. As I'm getting closer to the truck stop, it's pitch black dark in this little small town. The lights are out. They don't have no red lights. The lights are out. I'm wondering what the hell's going on. They don't have no city lights or nothing. And as I get closer to the truck stop, there's no lights on at the truck stop. The billboard that says Love's on there, they have no lights on that. The truck stop is completely black. No lights. It's ridiculous. You know, to drive a truck all day long, and then you looking for a place to park and maybe get you a shower and maybe get you a hot meal, and you pull in the truck stop and the lights are out. Do you understand what I'm saying, Steve?
Absolutely. Yeah.
In the lights, and no lights whatsoever. And I've been driving trucks for 20 years, Steve. Like I told you the other day, and I've been driven in cold weather. I've been in the Wyoming, the state you was just talking about, Utah, Michigan, Ohio, all of them. And I've never seen these type of blackouts. They have colder weather than Texas ever thought about having, and they ain't never had no blackouts like we have in Texas. Yeah, you could say it's what it is a lack of preparation and basically stupidity. And in this Green New Deal, I talked to somebody else earlier tonight. This Green New Deal is a failure. It's just like the people that thought up this idea is their failures too. The Green New Deal will never work because we have a grid, like you say, an electrical grid last night, and during these type of deals, it's too much power that needs to be generated, and like you say, the blades on these things have froze up. The solar panels are covered with snow, so there's no power being generated. Why these idiots can't figure that out and don't want to go use what we've been using for years now, the coal and the fuels that come. You know, another guy saying something, Steve, do you realize, here's the reason why I say it's so embarrassing. All the resources that Texas has, when Texas is known as the capital of natural resources, and for Texas to be shut down like this is totally embarrassing. There are people in Dallas, Texas right now, Steve. I got friends that live there, and and they told me they've been without lights for 3 or 4 days now. And they may not have no lights until Monday at the earliest time. And now they're saying that there's no fuel. I drove by a gas station yesterday in Texas, and they had a line about a half a mile to a mile long with people trying to put gas in their car because they didn't know if the pumps were going to be turned off. And another thing that you had brought up last night about the restaurants, I drove by a Burger King restaurant yesterday, and they probably had a line of cars wrapped around the block. There probably was at least 50 to 60 cars sitting in line waiting to get a Burger King because all the restaurants are shut down. You know, this situation is totally ridiculous. There's people that they don't have no water. They can't even flush their toilet in their home, Steve. It's gonna get real drastic, you know. And then you, like I said, San Antonio, you gave a list of all the truck stops that are shut down in San Antonio. I mean, with no fuel and no water. And you know, in the temperature in San Antonio is about 20 or 30 degrees. There's no reason for a truck stop to be shut down like that when you got temperatures in the 30s, Steve. This deal here has got to stop. Some heads need to roll. The governor of Texas, he gave a speech today talking about what the deal was, but he still didn't give no explanation. He's trying to put the blame on this company. I forgot what the name of them is. He's trying to say it's their fault that the that the system didn't work. And they're trying to say that they're having these rolling blackouts, but these are not rolling blackouts that they having in Texas, Steve. A rolling blackout is, they saying it's supposed to last 15 to 30 minutes. There are people that have been without lights for 3 or 4 days. Now that's not a rolling blackout.
No, that's a blackout.
That's a total blackout.
That's correct. You're right. Some places are having the rolling blackouts, but yeah, there's many places. I think they're going into day number 4 today without power. 4 days.
Yeah, 4 days. That's not a rolling blackout. That's a total blackout. And they really don't have no hope. And another thing I wanted to tell you before I hang up with you, Steve, it's don't got so drastic in Texas now. I'm listening to the Texas radio station. I'm in Louisiana now, headed towards Florida. There are actually people that are going to Oklahoma and going to Louisiana to rent out a hotel room because they don't have no heat and no water in their home.
Right.
They can't continue to stay in a home, like in Dallas where the temperature is down below zero. You can't expect somebody to sleep in their home and you could catch pneumonia or anything, for 4 or 5 days straight with no heat. So people their last resort now is that they're driving to Oklahoma because they still got power, and they driving to Louisiana and renting out a hotel room until the lights come back on. This is unheard of, and something needs to be done, and so this never happens again. That's the main thing that we need to look at in this situation. This should never happen again in the state of Texas or any other state for that matter, for this type of situation to happen, because a lot of people are inconvenienced by this. And like I said, the final straw for me last night was, like I told you, when I pulled into a truck stop and the truck stop is completely dark. There's no lights, there's no fuel, there's nothing to eat, there's nothing. I don't drove all day long, and the whole truck stop is shut down. That's a real big problem, and it should not occur, especially in the Texas that's supposed to be known for all their natural resources. Yep. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, yeah, that's they call them the energy capital of the USA. That's our great state of Texas. It is. All right, with that, we've got wide open lines on a Thursday at 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here momentarily. But all right, so the blame game. It's the green energy. Well, no, the green energy backers say no. It's the natural gas side that's causing all the problems. Maybe they'll get it sorted out. Like I said, there are full-fledged investigations looking into how in the world did this happen there in Texas. But there are oil and gas wells that are shut down. And apparently restarting those wells, it's not going to be quick and it's not going to be easy, even once the ice thaws and the power is restored. Old pal Big Ed could probably answer some of these questions, because he was out there for years working in the oil fields, working at these wells. Of course, oil production nationwide has been cut by at least a third in the Permian Basin of Texas. That's the heart of the shale industry. Output has plummeted by as much as 65%. But bringing the flows back is likely to take much longer than it took to slump. Now, most wells produce, you've got your mixture of oil and gas and water, and it's the last of those that causes the problems. Although it may leave the well at boiling point, the water immediately comes into contact with steel pipes that are more than 100 degrees colder. That can cause it to freeze, choking off the flow from the well, according to the vice president of Spears and Associates. They're like an industry consultant. Now, water can still cause problems even after it's been separated from the hydrocarbons if the pipes carrying the wastewater, the water away, freeze. You can't get rid of the water from the well, and you have to shut the whole operation down. The other big problem operators face is their reliance on electricity from the grid to run the pumps, the compressors, and the electronics that monitor and report from the drilling pad. You lose power and you lose flow, and that's when the lines freeze. I said the warmer weather will help. Temperatures forecast to rise this weekend. The wells, the pipelines should begin to thaw naturally. That will allow the oil and gas to start flowing again, but that's just the beginning of the process. Some well sites could have experienced mechanical damage. Freezing water, expanding, cracking valves or compressors or pipes. There's a good bit of water produced with oil and gas. So in areas with higher water, you're going to have burst pipes. Safety is going to be paramount because of the hydraulics being damaged. This is going to be a very meticulous reactivation process. And just getting to the well site could be tricky in itself. The rapid thaw and melting is going to create muddy roads, especially in West Texas. That's going to make it difficult for the trucks to reach the well sites to even check for broken equipment. So, again, it's going to be a long, drawn-out process. A shortage of people could also hamper the restart. The industry itself has shed a lot of workers, most of them experienced personnel in the wake of the production collapse last year. Basic Energy Services has reduced their workforce by roughly 50% in the past year. That is kind of indicative of most companies, they say. So production will begin to return as the temperatures rise, the power is restored, and pipelines are brought back online. According to the co-founder of Denver, Colorado-based oil and gas consultancy, Petro Nerds. Now, some wells and some operators will be faster than others and may have better on-site field management, but restoring production in northern states with severe winter weather is very common. May be more straightforward than in the South. This is a problem for operations in Texas and Oklahoma. They don't use the same equipment as those in Colorado or North Dakota. They simply aren't designed for this kind of cold. Basic Energy's Newman said full restoration will not be quick. I'll say it's going to take weeks. A lot's going to unfold as we assess the damage when things do actually begin to thaw out. So it's going to take weeks to get the gas lines and the oil lines back up and running. I don't know what will the fallout be when it comes to our prices at the pump and things of that nature. Speaking of which, we got the latest numbers here on Monday from the Energy Information Administration. As we've been watching week after week, prices are going higher. I see a lot of social media posts. Thanks, Joe Biden. Thanks, Joe, for jacking the prices up, sharing prices where they were the day after Election Day and prices where they are today. I don't know how much of an impact that Joe and his executive orders have had. I'd say it's got to be having some impact, right? Yeah, you canceled the Keystone Pipeline. You canceled the drilling new wells on federal lands and all that. We've seen several consecutive weeks now of in the gas and diesel fuel biz. These are considered big jumps in prices. As I've been sharing these numbers for years and years on any given week. All right, the price may go up a penny. It may go down 2 cents. It may go up several tenths of a penny, but it's up or down either way. It's considered up or down even in tenths of a penny. Sometimes you'll see a bigger jump, 3-4 cents per gallon. Those are pretty significant weekly changes for a national average. When you get up in the range where we've been in recent weeks, another, 7 cents per gallon this past week? Yeah, those are big changes. Prices, in other words, rapidly climbing. Bad news for buying diesel. National average price for a gallon of diesel is now $2.87 per gallon, up from $2.80 last week. The Gulf Coast region, price is still the lowest there at $2.62. Highest prices, typically California, $3.63 per gallon. All right, average prices, again, $2.87 now. They break it down region by region, but yes, if you feel like, seems like I'm paying more week after week after week, that's because you are. They got an email from DeRanger talking about the power supply in Texas. Steve, from what I've heard, it's some of the nuclear plants, the sensors were freezing up, which shut the reactor down as well, and some natural gas plants' sensors were also freezing, causing some problems. Based on where the temperatures have been, every darn thing's been freezing in Texas, right? Then Scooter checking in via the email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Going back to the discussion of crashing into the snow plows out there, Steve, people may be crashing into plow trucks due to the blinding, seizure-inducing green and yellow flashing LED lights. What do you think? I don't think that's the case. But he's got a legitimate argument about when, there have been incidents where a crash scene and people coming up on where you've got a lot of the emergency response vehicles with, nowadays those lights are so bright. The LED flashing lights, it is really almost blinding. We had a police officer in this town that was struck and killed working an accident scene. I guess it's been about a year ago. And they went out, they did a reenactment of what was going on. And I guess the official finding was, there were so many emergency response vehicles, it was very difficult to see, trying to get through that accident scene. The officer had stepped out to move one of the cones out of the roadway and struck by a passing car. So, all right. So there you go. We close things out for hour number 2. We've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. We call it the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back as we get another hour underway here on a Thursday. Good to have you with us. What do we see? You can send us messages, by the way. If you want to chime in via text message to the 844-844-3388 number. You can always send me email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Don't forget to flip over to, look at it, it's Thursday already. You've got today, last day to get registered for this week's giveaway coming up tomorrow morning, which week number 4 of 5 for the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Premium with 99% noise cancellation, some of the best in the industry. We've had some folks giving us reviews. Pappy called earlier this week. He's very pleased. He was winner, 2 weeks ago, I think. And I got a message earlier this past day as well from Pat, who had ordered his Pluto Duo. It took a little longer than usual to get it, but he did. And that's because, like so much freight is being held up right now around the country, thanks to Old Man Winter. But his was held up, he said, after a long stay at DHL in Cincinnati. I'm extremely excited to try it out. I purchased one after I heard Heatwave's testimonial. So after a few hiccups in the supply chain and reaching out to Dave McManus, whichever he wants to go by tonight, a fly rod, I can't explain in words the great customer service they provided. Myself, along with others, gladly will purchase whatever your sponsors who support you will sell. Thank you so much for making the purchase there, Pat. I hope, like others, you are pleasantly surprised, and you'll have to let us know. There you go. Now, back to the message board. This electric crisis in Texas. One can find car dealerships lit up brightly, shopping centers and stores that are closed, lit up. They should shut down non-essential businesses, cut the streetlights. I mean, how much electric are they using? My sister's using her Generac unit to take her place off the grid with little windmills. They don't put out much. The mayors and the president should pressure businesses to conserve. A lot of people live in all-electric homes, and apartments use resistance heat. It has few moving parts. It's good for landlords. Most hotel rooms have that type of heat. A lot of people have medical machines that they need to be powering right now. Okay. Let's see. Back ordering. Generators can't keep up with the demand. The peak comes when people come home from work, fix their dinner, laundry, shower, plug in their Tesla to charge them for the following morning. Okay. You're right. That's why you have your peak consumption hours. People that, they do get home from work. And again, you get in the shower, which if you've got an electric water heater, that's firing up the water heater. You throw some clothes in to run some wash, turn on the oven to cook up some dinner. That's where the real difficulty is during those peak consumption hours. All right, we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's check in with, I believe it's the Guard Dog. Is that the handle? Hello, Guard Dog.
Good morning, sir. Yes, Guard Dog. Retired out of the National Guard after serving 20 years. First-time caller, long-time listener.
All right.
Just wanted to comment on what Eagle was saying about Texas and the ice storm. I remember back in the mid-'70s, about 76, Wisconsin, where I'm from, was hit with an ice storm. We were without power for about 4 or 5 days, and it is miserable. I do feel for them down there. Just got to tough it out, though.
I mean, I can't imagine 4 days with these kind of temperatures, though. That is pretty extreme.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, it happened in Wisconsin back in the 70s. I don't blame the power companies or anything. They're not used to this cold weather like we are up here, and it still happened up here in the 70s. So, just got to try and take care of yourself, and hopefully some family, like I had a great aunt that had heat yet, so we were able to go over there after 3 days in our house with no power. And yeah, we didn't even have a fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
It was miserable.
No doubt. Yeah, well, seeing as you're a first-time caller.
And that's all I wanted to say on that.
Well, hey, Guard Dog, I've got permission to hook up some of our first-time callers. I've been asking for first-time callers to chime in and join the program. And have you tried Hot Shot Secret Products? I can hook you up with a $60 coupon code to go to the website, order whatever you want, up to $60, and they'll get free shipping to you. Would you be interested?
Oh, sure. I was thinking about getting some for my car or for my wife's pickup. I know from what I've been hearing, stuff's great. I do drive semi also, but I'm a company driver, and but I would be interested in trying that for my car.
Well, you could go to the website, and
Thank you.
if you want automobile products, yeah, you could get the Stiction Eliminator, which is good into gas and diesel. Try the Gasoline Extreme for the automobile. Check out some of the products there. Yeah, I'll get you the number you're on. I'm assuming that is like a cell phone. You can receive text messages on that number.
Yes, sir. I'm driving down the road right now, so.
All right. Well, I've got your number. I jotted it down here, and I'll tell Kyle it's the guard dog, and I'll send him that number, and it'll get you a coupon code. Watch your text messages.
Well, thank you, sir. That's not why I called. I just wanted to chime in on what Eagle was saying, and
absolutely
that it'll get better. Just got to be patient.
Very good. Well, thank you so much, and give us an update further down the line when you get your product. Tell us how that worked out in the pickup truck. There you go. All right. Yeah, I'm looking for those first-time callers. I know there's a lot of them out there. You feel free to participate in the program at 844-844-3388. Last evening, we touched a bit on the Cuomo brothers. First of all, Governor Andrew, and then little brother Chris from CNN. And, even Chris may be going down with the ship on this one. New York Post updating the story this past day, which says the FBI and the Eastern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office indeed have opened an investigation into Governor Cuomo's handling of nursing homes. The probe is examining the administration's action relating to the nursing homes and other long-term care facilities after thousands of their residents died. According to several familiar with the matter, it's in the early stages right now, focusing on some senior members of the Cuomo Coronavirus Task Force. According to the Times Union, which first reported the existence of the investigation, the Cuomo administration facing fierce criticism since rescinded March 25th state health department directive, which ordered nursing homes to admit infected patients being discharged from hospitals back into those care facilities, which ultimately sickened and killed thousands of others who may otherwise not have had to come in contact with it. Critics arguing that the health department order contributed to the high nursing home death toll. Now, this was highlighted last month when the state attorney general, Leetta James, released a damning report saying the state undercounted the nursing home COVID deaths by more than 50%. The discrepancy, the report said, was the result of the state not disclosing how many nursing home residents died in hospitals. The report also found some nursing homes apparently underreported deaths to the state. Following that, the health commissioner was a coronavirus task force member, finally released the revised numbers, showing a combined total of deaths, 12,743. Just the prior day, they were acknowledging 8,711 deaths in nursing homes. So as of Monday this week, it is 13,432 killed by COVID-19. See, that updated figure, months after stonewalling by the Cuomo administration, repeated requests from lawmakers and media for the number of resident deaths in hospitals were being ignored. Ultimately, it came down to a Freedom of Information lawsuit filed by the Empire Center for Public Policy. The turmoil just continued last week when the New York Post exclusively revealed the governor's office hid nursing home death numbers from the state legislature when Cuomo's top aide admitted to lawmakers that they withheld the data over fear it might be used against them by federal prosecutors. Little CYA action. Now, she was also a member of that coronavirus task force. She told the lawmakers that essentially the administration, the Cuomo administration, froze when they found out there was a Trump-era Department of Justice investigation looking into what was happening at nursing homes. And that bombshell admission by DeRosa led to calls for a full-fledged investigation from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. Responding to the news of a federal probe, Cuomo's spokesman says, as we publicly said, DOJ has been looking into this for months. We have been cooperating with them, and we will continue to. But so that's the latest out of New York. Yeah, the plot just kind of thickens with old Governor Cuomo. And the guy that was being heralded as a hero for his handling of the COVID in the early months of the pandemic. All right, look at it, 17 past the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Let's jump over to Big Sexy. What's happening there?
Well, about the same old, same old. A little bit warmer down here in Texas this morning. Sitting at about between 18 and 20 around the countryside here. San Angelo, Texas area. I just got well, I sent you some emails. Of course, I was trying to be a little bit short on kind of the way things work, but we won't get into that oil and gas because it'd have to be an education course about 9 hours long for just maybe 5 people to understand how it really works. So finger pointing and everything else, yeah, there's going to be some problems in the oil and gas industry out here with this sub-zero weather and 0+ weather, below the freezing mark, et cetera, because you've got to have, I'll just refer to one area that I know about really well and how it's controlled, and know the people that sit in the control rooms day and night. They monitor these wells, and it's monitored through Wi-Fi and all kinds of communication radio sources through little trailers. Well, it's not trailers, it's little scene containers built up for communication process back to the main office. Without that, we'd really have other severe problems. That's, modern technology. Mm-hmm. But they also have to have that electric on that site for a lot of that to work. There's gas compressors on those sites. There's guys that run around this so-called area, and at nighttime, it's limited to how many's out there working. If these so-called compressors go down out there because of ice or iced up conditions, they have to have somebody out there, and sometimes they have to have compressor people called in to come out there and restart those compressors. That could be a 14-hour job. I mean, it could be a 2-day job just to get a compressor restarted if they thaw out the situation. Well, like you was mentioning, I think even last night, part of this is not insulated. No, it's not. Texas wasn't designed as a sub-zero or zero area, temperature climate area, in other words, and so they're not protected for this. Well, you also have the first of this storm and everything up till about yesterday, the travel was really terrible, even in this little area I'm talking about, even out there on areas where there's not even a highway. These are areas of, say, 170,000 acres. This produces mass quantities of gas and oil. In that 170,000 acres, there is not one paved road.
Okay.
There is tremendous ice over the rim roads. They're already treacherous as it is. They're very, very rough. You add ice to it and then start putting the snow on top of it. These guys can't get around that fast out there from one place to the other. I know how fast they go when it's dry. I've been all over that place. I haul oil all over it. I've hauled oil all over this place. And these people fly to get to those compressors when there's a problem, even in the summertime. So it's crucial, and they know it's crucial to keep them going. The thing is, they're not designed and, set up basically for this sub-zero, 0+, to say 10, 15 degree weather we've been having for several days. Now let's go from that over to one other thing. Real estate, you go back in time here a little bit. There's a lot of gas inside most homes. They had gas. Even people had fireplaces, but people knew how to use a fireplace, even though they're not really efficient. unless you want to put an insert or a stove or whatever. In my book, that's just the way it is. And I'm going to go to a couple of realtors I've talked to in the last couple of days. Some of them are realtors and have a fireplace and don't even know how to use the damn thing. They've got the damper shut trying to light it.
Oh, boy.
They're smoking up the house.
Yeah.
So let's go to the idiot part of this. People saying, we wasn't aware of this. We wasn't aware of this storm. How could you not be aware of it? If you even paid half enough attention 10 days out, part of this was already being talked about. If you was paying attention 4 days out before this hit, you should have knew that, hey, there was something said about these low degree temperatures coming up in the next, 8 to 10 days.
Absolutely.
We better be prepared. Now, how do you figure when you talk about real estate back years ago, these people don't have gas, but they have these all electric homes, but they don't have enough survival or enough old school common sense about them because they never listened to their parents, their grandparents, their great grandparents, or nobody. They're such a damn big hurry to go to work every day. They could care less about the motoring public or anybody else. They want to drive 60 miles an hour across the town. It only takes 8 minutes to get across. And they're in such a big hurry. So what's that tell you? They're living on the fast life and they don't care about nothing else. They think they can run anywhere they want to, get what they need to. Just like when they go home, we can get what they need to get. Oh, well, what happened? Well, it's not just all windmill related. It's not all this. Some of this is related to the personal or the common sense with a human being. If they can't take enough initiative to keep up with at least a little bit of tactics here to survive, they're just idiots in my book. I'm sorry. You're not listening. People can point fingers every time. My tire's flat. It must have been the guy next door. He stabbed it with a fork or something. They want to point the blame at somebody else. Well, enough is enough. People better start realizing what's really going on and think about the way things is built. This is not something that's common here in Texas.
Yeah. Well,
it's not common to have this kind of weather here.
We talked last evening about, we got into some of the whole, having, you don't have to be a full-fledged prepper per se, but you should always have enough, emergency rations, food supplies to get you by for at least a few days. I mean, all you needed, if they're going on day number 4, if you've got 5 or 6 days worth of food supplies for the family in your home, which is not easy, difficult to stock, rather. It's not difficult to get that much. You don't have to have a 6-month supply like some people do. But, I mean, I'm hearing these stories of people that waking up on Monday, they didn't have any power, so they didn't have the ability to make anything. All the damn restaurants were shut down because they didn't have power. You had people waiting in line 4 hours to get a Whopper at Burger King.
Yeah, well, that's another thing, Eric. I mean, you got my mother taught homemaking for 35 years in home economics. That's not even taught no more.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought about this is this newest generation coming up here for the last, say 15. Most of them don't know nothing about economics. They don't know nothing about cooking. They probably don't even know what the main essentials are to have in your house. If you ain't got any flour or you ain't got any, in my book right here, to survive, you cut my heat off right now and I'm going to make it because I got alternative fuel sources to cook with. I'll crawl up in the sleeping bags and everything else to go back to bed, and I won't have a problem. I'll sleep like a baby because I'll take that alternative heat source and I'll fire it up and I'll heat them old water bottles up and I'll put them in the cupboards with me. You can't do that on an all-electric home. So you can't cook nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can't have the natural food sources first to cook as far as the main essentials here and don't know how to do nothing with them, that's pretty stupid on your own part. But this same, you talking about that line. Yesterday down here at the Chick-fil-A at the intersection, we call it Sherwood Way, but it's actually Highway 67 and 2288 that comes right by me over here, back in on the south side of San Angelo. It was gridlocked at that red light, all to get into the Chick-fil-A. Now, why's everybody got to run? Why's everybody got to run there?
Yeah, that's probably the only
these
thing
people
open,
are running
right?
there to get these hot sandwiches. Yeah, well, they're running there to get these hot sandwiches and meals because they ain't got no way to cook or they ain't got no water.
Yeah.
we had 6 major water main breaks yesterday morning at the time of the show that I couldn't get in on. I had too many things going on, or I'd let you know. But see, that's another thing with this electric grid. When you shut these things down, or you power roll out places that's got like huge equipment, like hospitals, or say the water departments, when you start rolling them out, it kind of goes back to some of these drivers out here that don't know what I'm talking about. If you got a 2,500 watt inverter in your truck, and you've got stuff that's going to take 2,000 watts to run it, you're pretty much overloaded that thing, because it's going to take all of what your 2,500 watt is just to surge it to get it fired up and running first to knock it down where you're using that 2,000 watts. So every time they surge these places, it takes this, say 2,500 watts to get it started, and it only say uses 1,800 watts of power as it's running. You're putting another initial surge on the line itself, on the main grid line. So it's a never-ending battle. They should never shut those down. And another thing, every time you shut a water plant down, it's going to create a problem, because now you've got either water leaks from busted pipes on local sides, which are smaller pipe, and you get the air back. Next thing you know, you created an air problem. You created a pulsation in there, and now you bust a water main. You're better off to let it flow through the other end until some idiot smart enough to walk out their door and say, "Oh, I must have busted a line here. I got to go shut the water off." It'd have been a simpler process. But it's all got to do with common sense and common knowledge about some things, and say, well, you know what? It's like that old saying, back there years ago in Texas, God put it here, God will take it away, whenever we didn't have any kind of snow equipment, especially on Interstate 40 up there. Even back in the day, there was graders and bucket loaders running down the road trying to clear the snow and the ice.
Yeah, that's been the scene in Houston the last few days, I think.
Yeah. Let's make something work, but that's the name of the game. If it takes a dumpster on a forklift to push the snow out of the way, do it. But anyway, what a great show. I mean, I woke up, I guess, I don't remember where I was at. I heard you talk about something, but you must have talked to somebody or read something on some oil and gas, and somebody called in on the grid deal, and I finally said, well, I got to get some coffee, and I finally got 1 cup down.
Well, I think you heard the imposter call last evening, didn't you?
What subject was he on?
Well, it was the big sexy caller.
Oh, the imposter.
The imposter, yeah.
Yeah, I heard him. Yep. I heard. I'm going to have to start calling in the AKO bucket. Well, that'd be related back to oil and gas back many years ago. So I don't want to go into why they called me bucket, but let's just put it this way: it's got something to do with mixing cement back in the day.
Okay, well, Big Sexy, he's a newspaper delivery guy down in Arkansas, and yeah, he's been calling in fairly regular. So yeah, when I look up at the screen though, I say it says Big Sexy. I'm not sure if it's you or the newspaper guy.
Well, I'll tell you what, I feel for him if he's running newspaper, especially in the weather we've had in the last week, basically here, and more power to him. Chunk all you can, hit all you can.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for the explanation. That's great information there, Big Sexy. Don't be a stranger, all right?
Yeah, y'all quit buying homes with nothing but electric.
Yeah, I'm in one. I'm in a home like that, all electric. That's all we got. Yeah, that's... I've mentioned that a number of times over the years. Anywhere, the subdivision where we live, it's built in 1978. I'm told that's like energy crisis days. It had the reduced ceiling heights. Everything was electric. There's no gas lines in the little streets, in a little cul-de-sac in our neighborhood. Everything is electric. It's electric. Yeah, so when the power goes off, no matter what time of the year it is, you don't have anything. You don't have water heater, you don't have furnace, you don't have AC, you don't have microwave, you ain't got nothing. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Jump on board, chime in here as we roll into a Thursday. Haven't heard from Big Moose in a few mornings, but I did get a message from him earlier. Just wanted to update you. Said Tater and Sweet Pea got their horse back, and I signed them on officially today. I just dropped their truck off to get new signage and numbers on it. I took a couple days off trying to get the shop and the lot cleared off good enough to park the trucks. Hope everyone weathered the storm. Should have the kiddos back on the road later tonight or tomorrow, and I'll be back at it first thing Friday morning. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Okay, that's right. And they said breaking the new engine, and correctly we are. We've got Hot Shot Secret in the crank and the fuel tanks. Well, that was from Big Moose, and here just a little bit ago, a little before the show, I actually got a message from Tater and Sweet Pea, who pretty much said the same thing. We're back. Want to let everyone know we got our truck back, and it all is good. We just got back from Florida, and much to our delight, the truck was waiting for us. We couldn't believe it. Moose had paid the bill and even got the new company name and all the decals on the truck, including our Powered by Hot Shot Secret sticker. We just finished moving back into our own rig, and we're now at home catching up on the laundry. We'll be headed for Nashville in the morning for our maiden voyage with the new Kitty under the hood. Thanks again to everyone for the support, all the well wishes. Have a great show. We'll catch the replay tomorrow morning. That's great. That's good news. So, yeah, Tater and Sweet Pea officially signed on with the Big Moose, but they got the truck back. Got the new Caterpillar engine under the hood. There you go. It's 28 before the hour. And we'll get back to your calls momentarily at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
See what Horse Feathers have to say. You heard me talking about electric. You better get a propane tank, Steve. Yeah, at least you could still have like a wall heater or two in the event that you were caught in a big ice storm. Yeah, several years ago, we lost power, and at the time, we had one of those smaller kerosene heaters. It kind of shut all the doors in the house, all the bedroom doors and whatnot, and just kind of hung out in the living room and it wasn't like a multi day. I think we had to spend one night. And we just threw a bunch of quilts and whatnot, and we all slept in the living room. I don't think it would be any fun for 4 days, 4 nights. And then, of course, we would have probably had the issue with water pipes breaking because we got the half bath back in the master bedroom, and that would have been freezing cold and all that good stuff. That would not have been good. All right, maybe I'll take that advice one of these days. I know a lot of people have a lot more problems with what's going on with Old Man Winter right now. I'm blessed not to have to be contending with the ice storms. Yeah, we've had our fair share of snow and our fair share of cold, but we do have the issue. I noticed that it's been several years since we've had a lot of snow like we've got so far this winter in this town. And that year, the gutters, what do they call them? Ice jams in the gutter. Gutters, you have snow, and then you have sunshine, and then melting, it all gets down to the gutters, and it starts to freeze. And the gutters completely fill up with ice. And then when you get some more melting, that water has nowhere to go. So you got icicles coming over all right, it's no problem coming over the front side of the gutters, but then you got water coming down the back side of the gutters. And how it does it, I don't really know. But I mean, with the slope, someone explained to me that the water will actually crawl up under your shingles. And I guess that's what it's doing because in some places you got ice coming down all the way back behind. I mean, a foot deep where the soffit area. So the water's backing up. I hope it doesn't back up far enough to where I start seeing water spots on the ceiling. What do you do for ice jams? I think the one winter, like I said, it's probably been 8 or 10 years ago. I think I had to get out there with a damn chisel and a hammer and start chopping up the ice to clear the gutters. Because we were getting some water damage in our garage, and then we were getting some water damage where the water was actually creeping into one corner of the house. Ah, the thrills of Old Man Winter. But it could be a whole lot worse, right? All right, let's get back to the calls here. And what's going on with the baby bear this morning?
Oh, not much. Just riding around in the rain down here. One of our drivers was, about an hour ago, was on 75 up in Tennessee. Between the 27 and 36 mile marker, there's about 4 cars off the road. It's getting pretty dicey up there. It was kind of snowing pretty good on him, he said. And then once he got further, down on the other side of Chattanooga, it turned all back to rain. But so just if anybody's in Tennessee on 75, be careful.
Okay.
Especially coming out of Knoxville, it's snowing up there. But, I got a fireplace in my house, and I will never buy a house without it. I can build a fire in my fireplace like I did. I didn't run the last 2 nights because, our trucking company's out of St. Louis. That's where our freight comes out of, and they've just been pounded too. But I tell you what, I built a fire yesterday morning, turned the heat off, and I can keep all 3 at the split level. So you go up about 7 stairs, and then the living room goes from one side of the house to the other. And then you go up like 7 stairs, and you got 3 bedrooms. And, I can basically open the bedroom doors, and usually about 4 hours into building a good fire, my hallway, the temperature up there will be anywhere from about 68 to 73 degrees. Now, it got down to 27 last night, so it was pretty chilly, and I just kept the fire banked up, and I wouldn't trade it. I mean, I don't know where Big Sexy's saying they're not energy efficient. I mean, mine heats the house. I'm good with that. But, and I don't mind, even if it gets down to 65, I can sleep in that just as well. But my daughter wanted to tell you, she works for an internet company in Texas here and, at home in Ackworth, Georgia. She does, they have an internet company that basically, they have their own tower, and the company was started. Her dad actually lives in Texas and works at the company. It's basically veteran owned and mostly veteran, employees. Well, out at their cell tower, you got the major computer system there that controls everything, and they have a generator out there. Well, apparently, it's like I told her, she's like, the generator wasn't firing up. They lost power at the cell tower, so the computer lost power. So internet went out all over this town. It's about 60 miles southwest of Austin. And so I'm like, well, do they not go out weekly and fire up the generator and PM it, make sure it's, going to run it for 10, 15 minutes and make sure it's full of diesel? And she's like, no, I guess they never even thought about it.
Wow.
I'm like, goodness gracious. But, they've just had all sorts of problems. And her half-sister, that's my ex-husband that lives out there, but her half-sister's getting married Saturday in Dripping Springs, which is north of Austin. She lives in Austin. So tomorrow, my daughter's getting on a plane in Atlanta and flying to Austin, and they're supposed to have that winter storm tomorrow, or today. This afternoon, she's getting on a plane. And so I asked her, I said, is the wedding still on? She said, yeah, but because everybody's without power, I guess a lot of people are going to the hotels, and her stepsister is flying in from Denver. So they're just going to meet at the airport in Austin, and there's no hotel rooms available.
Wow.
Because I guess people without power are going to the hotel.
Yep.
So she's like, well, I guess Chelsea and I are going to be spending the night at the airport Thursday night, and then, we'll go meet everybody for the rehearsal dinner Friday night. But apparently the wedding's still on. She was going to drive out, and I was like, no. You don't know how to drive in the snow, child. I mean, I was like, no, you are raised up north, so you have no business driving out there on that stuff. And of course, she's like, well, I got chunky tires. And I said, I don't care. I said, all right, your chunky tires wouldn't have saved you last week in Texas going over that bridge. Ice is ice is ice. But I guess her dad, they heat with propane, and like he said, once our propane is gone, they're not delivering it right now. So they're going to be waiting. But it's a mess. So y'all been keeping warm up there?
Doing our best. Yeah, just staying warm.
Yeah. Well, we just kind of have the cold. It's 40 degrees now. I'm south of Atlanta still. Headed to the house, but yeah, we didn't run 2 nights, so if I don't run, I don't make any money, but we made up for it tonight, or last night. But kind of nice to have a 2-day break, just not nice for the no pay. But that's about all I had, so have a good one and take care, and we'll talk to you later.
All right, you're going to have fun rolling around in the rain down there. I'm looking at I just refreshed on the radar. A lot of rain. Wow. Yeah, northeast Alabama. Looks like you got a little mixed bag kind of funneling in there. Yeah, heavy rains extending from almost the Knoxville area down through Chattanooga to Birmingham and all the way down to Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Along that line. Now that's the rainy end of the storm. lot of mixed precip, freezing rain and whatnot for northeastern Tennessee, moving over into parts of western North Carolina, and snow. Yeah, got the heavy snow falling over western Virginia, eastern portions of Kentucky, some big-time flakes coming down. About the southern half of West Virginia, heavy snow. You get lighter snow then in that band on up through Pittsburgh to Scranton, PA. More light snow falling here, Cincinnati to Indianapolis to Fort Wayne, then southward all the way down into western Kentucky. That's our next big storm system. But, yeah, beginning to kind of begin ramping up in the Northeast. What do we see here? It's 844-844-3388. That's our number. And back over to the email page. There we go. Got it. Email from James. He said, "Morning, Steve. Just wanted to say hey and let the people know, maybe see what it's looking like elsewhere. Exit 79 off I-70, London, Ohio. 2 of the big 3 truck stops are getting $3.15 a gallon cash, $3.21 per gallon credit. Yeah, that's up a bit, ain't it? All right, who else do we have here? Texas. People complaining about price gouging at hotels. For the hotels that actually have power, right? Kind of what Baby Bear was just talking about. Yeah, some people in Austin have started complaining about possible price gouging, specifically with the cost of hotel rooms. The Texas Office of Attorney General is the agency that investigates. They cannot confirm how many complaints they're investigating as of this past day, but KVUE wants to make sure you know how to spot and report price gouging if you might encounter it. There's 3 ways to file a complaint with the AG's office. You could email complaints to Consumer Emergency at OAG for Office of Attorney General .texas.gov. They also have a consumer protection hotline, a toll-free number, and you can also fill out a 13-step online complaint. But it's also important to note, high prices alone don't necessarily mean it's price gouging. Here's what the Attorney General's office says. You can qualify as price gouging. All right, they specify. Businesses are generally allowed to determine the price for their products. However, if a disaster has been declared by the governor of Texas and businesses raise the price of their products to exorbitant or excessive rates to take advantage of the disaster declaration, that is quite likely price gouging. A complaint should be filed in our office and we'll investigate the incident. Several people reporting price gouging at a South Austin hotel via social media. A spokesman for Wyndham Hotels and Resorts sent the following statement addressing the complaints at that location, which says, "We do not tolerate price gouging. We require hotels comply with all local, state, and federal laws. In speaking with the owner of this hotel, which is independently owned and operated as a franchise, it's our understanding the temporary rate increase seen online were the result of the property working to close out their inventory as they managed the loss of power and other utilities. We have since been assured no guests were charged, nor was there any intent to charge the rates being shown." I guess to keep people from dialing the number or whatever to call to make a reservation, they just put prices so damn high that I ain't paying that. Hell, I'll freeze to death first. While the hotel is not accepting new reservations, guests currently staying are being allowed to extend their stay at no additional cost while they wait for the conditions to improve. Now, if you are caught price gouging, you could be required to reimburse customers, and you could be held liable for civil penalties, which could be even more serious if the victims of price gouging were actually senior citizens. Very interesting. And one more from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Listening to the coverage of Rush Limbaugh's passing, One comment made me take notice. Rush was Trump before Trump. Think about it for a minute. Back in 1988, AM radio was, for all intents and purposes, essentially a dead medium. Rush single-handedly gave radio a new life, giving a voice to frustrated conservatives across this nation, much like Trump did over the past 4 years. He never apologized for his beliefs or his pro-American stance, just like Trump. He could be bombastic or controversial, yet you could tell that it was delivered in a way that was meant to instruct and inspire his audience, and that he truly believed in what he said and the greatness of America. Rush gave birth to conservative talk radio and a voice to millions of Americans in flyover country that needed to know they weren't alone or they weren't forgotten. He will not be replaced, nor will Trump. But hopefully the rest of us will pick up the mantle and carry on so their voices are not silenced. Email from our old friend Lone Star. We miss hearing from Lone Star on a regular basis. Yeah, he was, for a long time, he was a regular email contributor. Trying to remember. Lone Star, did you not, I think he retired down to Texas, whatever. And all right, to the sex maniac, what's going on?
Hey, there's a bad wreck up on I-65 South at the 223 mile marker. It's completely shut down. They're getting everybody off at the 230. When you get down around the rest area before the 230, they got it down to one lane. So everybody's getting off there. So you had a semi rearing another semi, and when I went by, it didn't look very good.
Really? Now, is that in Kentucky?
No, it's in Indiana.
Indiana, okay.
Coming out of Chicago.
All right, 65.
223 mile marker.
Okay.
Yeah, on I-65, they're making everybody get off at the 230.
All right, they've had. How are your road conditions up there? Was it the road conditions bad or?
No, roads are dry. I mean,
Really?
they're all in good shape.
Okay.
I don't know for sure what happened. It didn't really didn't make a lot of sense what we've seen, but there's not much left of the cab, and that's why we say it didn't look very good on that driver's part. I don't know, but it's a mess up there right now.
Yeah, and if it's worst case scenario, it may be shut down for a number of hours. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, evidently, yeah. So far, I mean, I don't know what time it happened, but it's been going on for a while now.
All righty. Well,
we even got we even got our own drivers stuck in that. They got caught before anybody could get a hold of them. So it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I hate to hear that. Well,
yeah, that's what I wanted to let you know.
All right. Well, prayers for the driver in that situation. Be careful out there, sex maniac. Thank you so much for the update. Let me see here. Under the industry headlines, thanks to a truck driver's quick thinking and kind heart, a Virginia animal shelter received a generous truckload of dog food. Yeah, John, a truck driver from South Carolina, was making a large delivery of dog food to a client. When he arrived to unload, they no longer needed the full order, and they advised him to throw out the extra bags. Now, John said, no, there's got to be a better solution. After a quick Google search, he found a nearby animal shelter that could use a donation. After calling the Norfolk SPCA, John showed up to the shelter with over 50 bags of food. Now, John said, I'm an animal lover. I knew there's animals around here that would be able to use this. The animal shelter showed their appreciation in a Facebook post, to which they said, "We're so thankful for John's quick thinking and generosity. We'll be sharing the love with some of our local shelter partners and also with the community through our emergency pet pantry," as it's called. "We wish John safe travels back to South Carolina." That's wild. How often does that happen? Show up and they say, just throw it away? Really? All right, this guy, I saw the video this past morning, and I was kind of chuckling. I almost shared it, but I thought, realistically, that's probably not the safest thing to be doing. It was, to some extent, almost more like a Dumbass of the Week nomination. You may have yourself seen the video that's gone viral, supposedly making the best of a bad situation. They had the snow down in Houston, Texas. And in the video posted a couple days ago, you got the guy snow skiing, being towed by a vehicle down the Interstate 10 in Houston. It's been shared like 56,000 times with the caption reading, "First person to ski down I-10 in Houston." Now, throughout the video, the skier and the person behind the camera, which is sitting in the back of a pickup truck, are raising their cans of Budweiser beer to vehicles that pass by them. At one point, they even shouted a semi-truck a few lanes over, making a toast to the truck driver with their Budweiser beer. Toward the tail end of the video, before it wraps up, though, they're out in the slow lane, but you got this guy on skis, and there's another car approaching from behind. It could have been an ugly situation. Had this guy lost it on the skis, he could have ended up in the next lane over, could have ended up run over out there on I-10. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, but so I really felt like giving him a DA of the Week nomination, but it looks like he was having fun. I wonder how many people who live in the Houston area actually even have a set of snow skis. No, it couldn't have been water skis. Water skis have that fin on the back. Those would not work on I-10. So I was thinking, because a lot of people in Houston probably do have water skis, right? All right, we kind of close things out for another hour here. Mad Max, we got you coming up after first out of the break. Philip's on the line, and we've got lines available at 844-3388. As we all well know, much of this country, we've been dealing with temperatures typically reserved for winters in Siberia. And that's pretty much the air that we've actually been getting from the polar vortex that dug in early this week. That Arctic air from northern Canada into the central and southern plains. AccuWeather, earlier this week, I shared where they said this blast of air actually did emanate from Siberia, crossed the North Pole, and got slung all the way down into the lower 48. Hard to imagine, all the way down to the doggone Gulf Coast. But air that originated in Siberia. I got more on our weather coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so according to AccuWeather, some of the lowest temperatures measured here in the lower 48 this week have occurred in International Falls, Minnesota. Not uncommon. They've actually got the nickname as the ice box of the nation for a good reason. They sit right along the northernmost part of Minnesota, and on average, records, they record more than 100 days in a year with a high temperature at or below freezing. Well, this week, the temperature extremes were nothing short of remarkable and downright dangerous. Low temperatures bottomed out at 42, 35, and 39 below zero Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, respectively. Of course, it's not been confined to the northern tier as this Arctic air plunged all the way to the Gulf Coast, freezing the citrus crops in parts of Texas. Temperatures plummeted to extreme levels across parts of Nebraska as well. Monday, the low bottomed out at 37 below zero in Broken Bow, Nebraska. Then it dropped to minus 37 in the state on Tuesday morning, this time in Hebron. I mean, normal temperatures in both of those cities this time of year, 15 to 18 degrees for the low temperatures. Meanwhile, in Siberia, that vast region in eastern Russia, notorious for some of the lowest temperature readings on the planet. What do we see here? Some villages at times were actually warmer than some of the lowest readings here in the United States. They talk about some of these villages where the average low temperature middle of February is like 20 below zero. But it's quickly climbing as spring approaches and the number of hours of daylight increase in that part of the world. A little closer to home, though, Fairbanks, located in central Alaska, they hit a low of just 26 degrees below on Monday. Then they dropped lower than 30 below zero for the first week of February. And normal lows there, 10 to 15 below zero this time of year. Fairbanks, they typically spend about 46 days with temperatures below zero every year. But Siberia still beats Fairbanks as one of the coldest spots on Earth. Last time Fairbanks dropped below 50 below was January in 2017, where they hit 51 below zero. Of course, down in Texas, even in Tyler, Texas, 6 below zero Tuesday morning. They broke the all-time record low set back in 1930. The old record on that same day in Longview was broken Tuesday when the low hit 5 below zero. Dallas and Waco recorded low temperatures below zero Tuesday morning for the first time in decades. The last time sub-zero cold was felt in both of those cities was December of 1989. Okay. But by this weekend, hang on, it's almost here. By this weekend, a major pattern shift begins, which will bring some welcome relief to the central portions of the country and should stick around through the end of February. All right, back to the calls. And Mad Max, thanks for hanging in there. What's happening, Max?
Hey, Steve.
What's going on, Max?
Speaker on.
Yeah, I heard that.
Just enjoying the beautiful weather over here at I-65 in Seymour, Indiana. Getting a nice little coating of snow going over here. Reason I called was last night I kind of touched on you about the blaming the oil or the natural gas for the power outages over there in Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I recall the conversation. We had several follow-ups about that. Yeah, so everybody, the Greens pointing to the natural gas, then the gas side pointing to the green energy, and I don't know, maybe it's a combination of the two, I guess.
Yeah, well, the guy that wrote it, his name is Peter Weber, and he writes for a rag called the Week.
Okay.
WEEK, and he's got a few articles on there about that. And, I just, there's going to be finger pointing no matter what. We'll never really figure out exactly what the problem was, I'm sure. But, he goes through the percentages of windmill and coal fire and gas fire, electric and nuclear, what they've all got going on out there. So what the actual story is, like I said, I don't think we'll ever find out.
Now, somebody sent me a link to the story about, what was the headline? How does a nuclear power plant shut down at a time when it's needed the most?
Well, this guy, his article read Texas power grid failed mostly due to natural gas. Republicans are blaming windmills.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's
That
right.
was his headline there.
It's all partisan. It's so it's I guess conservative versus liberal, which I guess everything's
who's
everything's
lying?
political this
We
day.
got to wonder who's lying here.
Uh-huh.
And I got a pretty good idea, but I'll keep that to myself. But like I said, I can leave it at that. I didn't really want to bother you, but I wanted, you'd asked me who wrote the article. I did a little research today while I was at home and checked into it.
Okay. Yeah, after we spoke last evening, I started digging a little. I found one from a website, earther.com, which obviously from the name, that's kind of a new Green Deal kind of a website, supporters of the green energy. And yeah, I think everybody's trying to make it political.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really heard anything ever like this happening, other than California and their rolling blackouts. But, to hear something besides the Texas go down like that, given no real clear explanation is kind of unheard of in my book.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, we'll never know the actual truth because somebody knows it and they're not going to tell us. So
we may never get the honest answer.
Yeah, we'll never get the full story.
Exactly.
But I just want to give a shout out to the rest of the guys out there and girls listening. Be safe out there. Like I said, over here, I-65 in Seymour, it's getting a little greasy, so you might want to be careful in this area. It's a real light snow, and I don't even think there might be a half an inch on the ground right now. So
yeah, just enough to make things slick. Just enough. That's all it takes, really. That sounds about like what we've got in the Cincinnati metro area right about now. So it's a light, fluffy snow. But yeah, the shutdown of a nuclear reactor in Texas, contributing to the power shortage caused by the cold weather. One of two reactors shut down at the South Texas Nuclear Power Station, which is about an hour southwest of Houston, knocking out about half of its 2,700 megawatts of generating capacity. Now, this is one of the newer plants in the country, normally providing power to more than 2 million Texas homes. The second reactor at the plant, which is operating as normal, is currently providing more than 1,300 megawatts of electricity. Texas has another 2-unit facility southwest of Dallas, the Comanche Peak Power Plant, that is fully up and running. But shutdowns related to weather, very uncommon. Doesn't happen very often. Of course, they're known for their ability to provide carbon-free power around the clock. But like other power plants in Texas of differing fuel types, the South Texas Nuclear Power Station was not built to protect against very cold weather. Very rare for weather to shut down a nuclear plant. Some equipment in some plants in Texas has not been hardened for extreme cold weather because there was never a need for it. Well, until now. According to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the shutdown of the reactor was caused by a disruption in a feed water pump to the reactor, and that caused the plant to trip automatically and shut down early Monday. There was no underlying danger to the reactor itself, they say. This trip was part of normal safety operations protocol. It was the connection between the power plant and the outside systems. The shutdown of the reactor, one of the state's 4, has played a relatively small role in the power crisis, though, representing about 1,280 megawatts of the 30,000 megawatts of outages during the peak on Monday. Nuclear power normally provides about 11% of Texas's electricity. So that means nuclear power is about half of the power generated by wind and solar in that state. Now, there were some gas plants knocked out from icy conditions. Some plants shut down from being unable to access the fuel because the wells froze. Yes, the wind turbines froze as well. Now, relative to gas, which is the largest fuel source in Texas, the availability of nuclear power is higher. 75% of expected capacity compared to about 60%. So it's one of many factors. Still, the return of the 1,280 megawatt nuclear reactor would be a big boost to the grid. The Electric Reliability Council said the grid is down about 14,000 megawatts from what it needs. That's 2.7 million households still without power this past morning. Like so many other things, they weren't built, they weren't designed for these kind of extreme temperatures. All right, on down to Texas. I'm on down to Florida, rather. I'm sorry, Florida. And hello there, Philip. How are we doing this morning?
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, just on my way to work. Yeah, it sounds like that nuclear plant lost its support equipment to keep it going.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like to me. You were talking about price gouging earlier. We kind of have the same thing during the hurricane. They've actually passed laws about it down here where people come, especially the gas stations. The gas stations take advantage of it. It's funny that you can go into Orlando International Airport with your, fly in from a trip and get your rental car and go to the gas station that's probably about half a mile from it. Instead of paying $2.45 a gallon, you're going to pay $3.45 a gallon. But in a hurricane, if the price goes up that much, they're gouging. But that's just the way it is. Same way with like down here, if you're running the interstate, the price by the interstate for the gas and the diesel is higher than it is when you go in towards town. So I don't know. Do y'all experience that in Cincinnati?
I don't have many cases of price gouging, no.
Yeah, we have that a lot down here with on the interstates. If you're running the interstate, they charge a heck of a lot more for, even if you stop and get something to eat or anything, they charge more by the interstate than they do by if you're in town, close to town. The prices are higher. Just like the airports, when you go into the airports down here, you can go any of the local gas stations, it's at least 75 cents to $1 more a gallon for fuel if you're going to get gas by the airports, because they hit the people with their rental cars. They know they got to fill their rental car up, so they get them like that. But when if a hurricane comes and the price goes up that much, then they start getting guys for gouging with that. I mean, we have it real bad during hurricanes, really bad. Do you know what the temperature is right now in Oklahoma City, Steve?
I'd have to pull it up. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can do that in post haste. I think it's still pretty chilly, though.
Just even up to Oklahoma City, if it's still really cold like that, that's some really cold weather, because Oklahoma City that's about as far south as I ever see it really go when I used to run up north. And tell you what, that Texas deal is a bad deal. And then people doing some crazy stuff. I heard you talking yesterday about generators and charcoal grills in the house. I know with the generator, you better have it at least 30, 40 foot away from the house, and you better not have your garage open and close to that, because you don't want to get yourself that CO. People just get crazy when they get cold and when things happen like these natural disasters and stuff. I see it all the time down here with the hurricanes. People just go, we get more people that get hurt after the hurricane goes by than we do when the hurricane actually comes in, because they just get stupid with their generators and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, but
I'm seeing 12 degrees right now. 12 degrees in Oklahoma City.
Yeah. So you figure Oklahoma City's that cold, and it's below zero in Waco. You said earlier something about it got down below zero in Waco.
6 below. Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Ain't too bad if you live up in Alaska, but when you live in Waco, Texas, or in the heat and all that, That's crazy. So, but I want to give my condolences to Rush's family. I know a lot of drivers out there have got themselves kind of a little regiment in how they listen to the radio. During the day when I was over the road, it was listen to Rush, and at night I would listen to your dad. And they get in like that. It's like certain times of the day you would listen to different shows to get you through the day. I used to listen to that schedule when I was over the road a lot. I listened to Rush a lot. So I guess talent is no longer on loan from God, right? He's back up there with God, right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
So,
That's the way some are defining it.
so,
Yes.
Yeah. So, but I appreciate you, Steve. Y'all have a good one, man. Thank you.
Thank you for checking in, Philip. You do the same. Be safe out there. All right. It's 844-844-3388. I have to double check. I don't know if they were having some difficulty with the GoFundMe link page, or maybe it's just bringing up the same page each time I click on it, because I shared a link this past day, and it's almost like now nothing's come in. So I just have a sneaky suspicion that maybe it needs refreshed or something like that. But yeah, Pappy said he was having a difficult time getting through. We had our special guest during the first hour last night, Sarah Lee with the Waypoint Vets, and sharing about that's the nonprofit that right now, via the GoFundMe page, Hotshot Secret is matching dollar for dollar all the donations between now and March the 16th. And they're up to $3,500, but that's right about where they were when I had checked in this past afternoon. I'm sure people have been trying to get on. Pappy said he sent me a message that I've tried 3 times to go on there and make a donation, but it wouldn't take it. So you'll have to do a little double check on that. But so they got a long way to go to it. $30,000 is the goal, but they got plenty of time to get there. What are we looking at here? About 23 past the hour. Again, our number 844-844-3388. All right, so we didn't really have any big Mardi Gras celebrations on Tuesday, did we? Of course, Lent started this past day, Wednesday. A time when some Christian faiths, a time for people to give something up, they say, as a way to remember sacrifices that Jesus made. Now, some of the popular sacrifices would include food or a beverage or an activity, something that may not be good for you. This guy, though, a Cincinnati man's given up all food and most beverages to drink only beer for the next 46 days. Del Hall, he'll be going on his beer-only diet, plus water, black coffee, and herbal tea for the 3rd year in a row for Lent. He said, well, the goals are simple: lose weight, help local restaurants and bars during the pandemic, and he's asking you to help those businesses too. Now, he says, I only have 3 to 5 beers a day. It's not like I'm drinking constantly. If you eat your standard diet, it gets boring. You don't eat the same thing every day, so I'm definitely not going to drink the same thing every day. But this is the 3rd year he's done this for the beer diet for Lent. He said each of the first 2 years, he's lost 40 to 50 pounds, getting all of his calories from beer. Not only does he lose weight, he also lowers his cholesterol and blood pressure. The human body's an amazing thing, he says. We're used to going through as hunter-gatherers, feast and famine. Problem is, we don't go through famine anymore. Now, Hall is the co-owner of 16 Lots Brewery out of Mason, Ohio. He knows firsthand how the pandemic has affected bars and restaurants and the breweries. This Lent, he's going to raise money for those local businesses through what they call Sergeant Dell's virtual tip jar. The industry was damaged. What Dell's doing for the bar and restaurant workers is an awesome thing. Fowling Warehouse is a unique bar and warehouse in Oakley. He spent, he says he went from 32 employees before the pandemic. He's down to 12 employees now. Of course, the employees were hit the hardest. The business itself, from an ownership standpoint, there's loans and things you can get, but the employees just had that small window of help from the government. When Lent is over, though, Hall will take all the money he's raised and share it evenly with the bars and restaurants that asked to be part of the fundraiser. And he said, don't worry, safety is important. He always has a designated driver. Yeah, one beer today will affect me way differently than it will in a week. And I kind of really have to stay cognizant of that. Last year I became Uber Platinum because I was using Uber so much. Well, there you go. All right, the all beer diet. Who wants to try that? Hey, look at it, 27 past the hour here, and I believe Diesel is on the line, or is it Eagle? Hello, Eagle. Let's try again here. If I can get it to click on you. There you go. Coming online. Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, the computer messed up my name, I guess.
Diesel.
when you said Diesel or something. But, yeah, I wanted to follow up on what I was saying earlier. But, yeah, I kind of feel the same way your other caller did. I relied on Rush Limbaugh, especially during this last election, we're leading up with Donald Trump, because he had a lot of valuable information. He's one of the guys that gave me hope that Donald Trump would, would win the election, even though it didn't turn out that way. But Rush Limbaugh, he never gave up on Donald Trump, and I respect the guy for that. He was on his radio show, every day from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock or 3 to 5, wherever you live at, supporting Donald Trump, up to the election, and unlike other people that turned their back on him. But Rush Limbaugh and people like Mark Levin, they supported Donald Trump all the way to the end, even with this bogus impeachment deal that fell through last weekend. Rush Limbaugh, like I say, I knew something bad was occurring, because he hadn't been on the radio for about a week or 2 weeks. I listened to the guy too, like the other guy said, when I was driving my truck, in the afternoons. I would, especially like I say, during this election year, he learned a lot of valuable things from this guy, and he'll definitely be missed. I don't think nobody can replace him. I don't know who they have, if they're gonna discontinue his show or what they're gonna do, but nobody can replace Rush Limbaugh as far as I'm concerned. Yes, so they'll have to figure that out. And the same goes with your show. I depend on I listen to your show at night. If I don't fall asleep, I fall asleep fast, but I depend on your show to keep me awake at night, when I'm driving or either when I'm just in my truck relaxing like I am now. So, hopefully you'll continue doing your deal and stay on the radio. I'm on the YouTube because I'm looking at you on YouTube right now. And like I say, you're doing a good job, and I'm glad, that God brought you back, because that show that they put on WLW, Red Eye Radio, that is a total joke. I can't believe WLW stooped that low to do that. But something, Steve, I wanted to say one other thing about what's happening, in Texas. And, I listened to a couple of your other callers, the other guy, he made a point. I don't know I forgot what his name was. He said he worked in the oil field or something. But, yes, Texas people, they should have been more prepared. You had another caller call in last night and say the same thing, that, they should have a food supply. You should have some food stored up, water, and maybe a generator or something. So if something like this occurs, you're not totally flat on your back like a lot of people are. We talked about the restaurants. That guy said there was a Chick-fil-A where he lived that was full of cars, and I saw the same thing yesterday before I left the state of Texas, in a couple of restaurants, Burger King, at least 50 or 60 cars in line waiting to get food, because these people can't cook anything. So, you definitely need to be prepared. You can't just blame it all on the state of Texas and the government. Some of this has to fall on the people. You you know, especially after this, hopefully this will be a learning deal. I know it's a learning deal for me. I promise you, I'm going to go to the store and I'm going to have a supply of water, food, and things that I can eat just in case this occurs again, so I don't have to be, you know, having this problem, you know, like I had, you know, the last couple of days. That's the reason why I went back to work early. You know, I called my boss man on the phone and told him I was supposed to be off for 4 or 5 days, and I just said, I might as well go back to work because I can't watch no television. I can't turn the heat on. I can't take a shower. I can't do none of these things, so I might as well go back to work and make some money, and that's what I'm doing. So, you know, hopefully we'll never have this problem again. And, you know, I feel bad for all the people that's still without lights and power tonight in the state of Texas. And hopefully this thing will be situated by next Monday, and everybody in Texas will be back under power and doing you know, living their life normally. And hopefully they can get this situation squared away so we never had this problem again. And thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. Thanks for checking back in, Eagle. Thank you for listening, obviously. I'm glad you were able to find us once again. All right. Hey, for the actually from now and the foreseeable future, I had Chris Gabrelchik in last Friday morning. If you missed the show, go back and catch the podcast on that. But talking about some of the Hot Shot Secret products out there, and you know, one of our callers was asking about, do you have anything for the transmission? If I'm having some transmission issues. Indeed, they do. It used to be called TSE. Chris says he's I'm so generic with coming up for names. TSE was Transmission Stiction Eliminator. And I guess he said, well, the retailers didn't really like that name. So it is now called Shift Restore. Shift Restore. Engineered to safely dissolve those harmful gums and varnishes that form over time on the surface of your transmission components, which are very precision components. And this CVT and automatic transmission fluid additive also lubricates and protects your key components for an extended transmission life. The idea, if you're having a transmission issue or starting to notice maybe hard shifting, some slipping or things like that, try this out. It's great as a preventative product, first of all, or to help solve issues you may be having with your automatic transmission. And Chris also pointed out he always offers a 100% money-back guarantee. If you've got an issue and this doesn't do the job, he'll be happy to refund your money with no questions asked. But the idea is it's so much easier. Whether it's the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator in your big truck, where they say, hey, you've got 3 injectors that need replaced. Don't just jump in there and spend several $1,000s. Put in a bottle of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator with the transmission. Not sure of the cost, but what's $20-$30 versus going in and them telling you that, we need to tear down the transmission, do a rebuild. That's saves you a lot of money. So things to check out. And if you want to place an order for that, go to hotshotsecret.com. Don't forget to use the overnight drive coupon code at checkout. Get 10% off your order, and you can get another 10% off if you're a veteran, first responder, CDL holder. It's all right there on the website at hotshotsecret.com. We return momentarily. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Well, thanks to Old Man Winter. That's interesting story. In Tennessee, Sevier County. That's Pigeon Forge, right? That's down in Sevier County. Utility workers investigating a gas leak at a Tennessee home had to call wildlife officials for assistance when they discovered a family of bears sleeping under the home. The Appalachian Bear Rescue said a utility crew responded to a home in Sevier County and called the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency when they ventured under the house. And they were faced with an ample caboose of a very large snoozing bear. The crawl space beneath the home, not a great place for a bear den, especially if there's a gas leak, but there's no way to know if the gas injured the bear or not, no way to safely repair the gas line while the bear was there, though. So there was no way to keep the home warm and habitable without repairing the gas line. So wildlife officials arrive at the scene. They were successfully able to encourage the big bear to leave the premises, but they then discovered the bear was a mother and had left behind 3 young cubs. Cubs were examined by the University of Tennessee College of Veterinary Medicine, found to be in good health, then transferred to the Appalachian Bear Rescue, where officials say they're now hoping to find another mother bear in the wild to foster the cubs. It's kind of a sad story. The baby bears, Mama's gone. Now, Mama's probably out there looking for the baby bears, right? I would assume she'll be coming back to that home looking for her cubs, I would guess. All right, back to your calls here. I guess that's the other Big Sexy on the line. We've got 2 Big Sexies calling the program. What's happening, Big Sexy?
Well, no, this is the other imposter from Texas.
This is the, all right.
I'm calling back again.
Okay.
First of all, I apologize to anybody that's got an electric home. I didn't want to offend everybody thinking they're all blooming idiots. I guess I let a little rampage go there because I've looked at several elderly, and I'm not going to point fingers about saying somebody did this, somebody did that, but it's obvious that in places, a lot of these elderly people that was put up in some of these apartments closer to their kids was there for the kids to be able to be, keep an eye on them better or whatever. But, as it goes, most of them are still neglected. But they're in these apartments with these all-electric facilities, and that's where some of these problems has occurred as far as some of these real frigid temperatures. They can't, the kids couldn't even get there to check on them. And I'm just going to use that as the one example. It goes further than that. But, they were ignorant to the fact of what all-electric can be if they don't have no provisions for that elderly person. And I hope that kind of clarifies a big order of what I was getting at when people go out today and they think, oh, one electric bill, no water bill, no gas bill, no nothing, all electric, it'll all be great. But they don't have a clue about anything else or provide themselves with anything or take the education facts. And I guess the reason I'm really down on that is because I tried to teach a little of this back years ago as far as just basic survival. And everyone thought I was a blooming idiot. I imagine today there's a few of them says, oh, I wish I would have listened. But that's basically all I had to say about that. I had another deal. Did you bring up the Colorado City mayor?
The Colorado where now?
Colorado City, that mayor there, that story.
No, I have not. No.
I'll send you the link on it, and I guess you're getting my email.
Yeah, I am. Yes. Yep.
All right. I just sent you that link, but yeah, he pretty much he stirred up the hornet's nest, and kind of like me, he he kind of says that ideas in a certain sense, but he did the wrong thing.
Uh-oh.
His name's Tim Boyd. He pretty much just kind of come out and said that, let me hurt some feelings while I have a minute. And no one knows you or your family anything, nor is it the local government's responsibility to support you during these times like this. Sink or swim, it's your choice. The city and the county, along with the power providers or any other service, owes you nothing. So you can kind of get into that story there if you want to. But he resigned.
So he's now the former mayor of Colorado City. Oh boy, in Texas.
Yeah. But yeah, this. As a matter of fact, there was a couple of things. I think is it Eagle or that called back a while ago. Now these guys out there, I had a lot of guys back in the day laughed at me. Of course, I carried a little propane stove, and it was just it's like a Camp Lux. It could be switched over to a bottle or whatever, or I use these little cans like a little spray can looking device. It's propane. Pretty economical. These guys out there, if they want something, that's a pretty good product because it won't fail you. But just use your ventilation in your truck if you want to sit up on the floorboard and cook with it for a minute. Make sure you always got ventilation. Another thing is vital is wool, because in these sub-zero weathers, cotton is a killer. It's proven fact. You go to Alaska and they'll laugh at you for putting on cotton. So start checking out your dress attire and everything else for these guys out there stuck in that stuff too. It's wool or a lot of your synthetic stuff is, it won't keep that moisture right up next to your body. So that's just a few things I want to throw out there. And, they really need to go to the basic survival, fire, shelter, water.
Yeah.
Water is very important. Wintertime, most people don't drink enough water. You still need to consume at least, I consume 5 to 6 of those big bottles a day, no matter what. I mean, if I'm just sitting on my butt, I don't care how cold it is, I'm going to consume 5 to 6 bottles of that water a day. You have to have that water in your body for your brain to work correctly. First of all, your skin is going to dehydrate. You're not going to have enough moisture at your skin. You sweat out more than you think during the night. I don't care if it's 30 below zero. You're up in one of them big old sleeping bags. You're still going to sweat. You've got to replace your body with water no matter what, and that's very vital. I don't want to get into a full conversation. You can research it and find it out yourself out there, guys. It's just I see a lot of this. It's a common mistake. It's very common. A lot of people don't realize that. But no, I didn't want to offend everybody, but there's a electric. If it's all fine, I guess that's what you want to do. But the thing is, if you didn't want to pay attention to the weather and the news to start with and just shut it off like ain't got time, my point was earlier that's your fault.
Yeah.
I don't care if you live in a gas supplied home. I don't care if it's a wood burning home. If you didn't want to take any kind of preparation for this as far as your food or your water storage, or think about, well, if it does actually, these weathermen are always crazy. What are they drinking today is what Grandpa used to say. What did they have to drink? It didn't rain. But, even if it didn't get to 4, and let's say it stayed at 20 degrees all the time, that's still uncommon for down here to stay, 20 degrees, say, throughout the day, throughout the night. Don't you think it'd be smart to do something about your water? Maybe alternative source of doing some kind of cooking?
Yep.
People are just not. Well, that's where I was going with that a while ago, and I'm pounding on it again because it's very vital that people do understand some basics, and it's not spread enough. The young generation, they don't have a clue. They just not taught nothing, or most of them. Let's just put it that way. The majority, it shows.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, I mentioned earlier that I'm one of those DAs that live in an all electric home, but I also mentioned the fact that when we had we had an ice storm that was approaching, and we were getting noticed that we could get some nasty. I went up to Home Depot. I bought that kerosene heater. I bought 3 5-gallon kerosene cans, and I went out and filled up 3 5-gallon cans. So we had backup heating. We bought like several cases of bottled water, just in case we lost power and lost water. So we made it through just fine. Of course, we had food on hand anyway. But as far as the heat goes, that the reason I purchased that kerosene heater was because an ice storm was approaching.
Right. Yeah, you took the right precautions to go out and do what you had to do for your family.
Yep.
There's a lot of things too misleading about the way I said that. I didn't, like I say, I wasn't trying to say anybody's an idiot or everybody's an idiot. they build these homes, and that's all they build. It's all electric in this whole addition, and this and over here, these apartments, et cetera, and everybody, that's what they've got in front of them. So it's just some things are without thought.
Yes,
is what I was getting at, I guess.
Gotcha.
And the one thing I'll mention, though, and I think I wrote you another email subject that for your personal use, whatever you want to do or however you want to share it, but I'll go ahead and share this. Some of these guys that's using these little stoves inside, like the little Mr. Buddies you can put in your house that take the little green bottles.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be stuck without those filters that go on there. I don't care what it is. There's a propane filter you buy for these things if you're going to hook that hose to it and hook it to a larger supply of propane. That propane that you get and put in these big bottles or in a big storage facility is not refined and filtered as much as what goes into those green bottles or in those cans, those little cans.
Okay.
Now, you don't really have to filter that. That's already been filtered. That's my understanding of it from years back in the past, but the gas that's in your actual propane tank out there and you just hook that hose straight to, say, a Mr. Buddy or a Coleman stove, that is not as filtered as the product that goes in those cans or your little green bottles.
Gotcha. I wasn't aware of that. You learn something new every day.
Yeah. So the guys that's going to do that, say at your house for, auxiliary backup heat, along with, say, you can always go to the grill if you got a gas grill and cook on it if you need to. But you're going to hook it up that kind of bottle, those little what we call 5-pound bottles or 20-pound bottles, 30-pound bottle, or 100-pound bottle, or a 300-gallon tank, whichever. That's not it's filtered.
Very good. Well, hey, thanks for dialing us back up there. Big, sexy, good information, which I do appreciate it. All right, what are we looking at here? Our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We're going to do a quick phone reset here, okay? So I should be out of here out for like maybe a minute, two. Yeah, blind man, if you could dial us back up. I know Chefy Guy was on the line. I think he's probably trying to call back as we speak. So, yeah, I'll take care of that, and then we'll come back and get right back to your calls, and you can jump online. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
Okay, told you we'd be right back. Here we are. And what do we got? Kind of a sad story. This is in Switzerland. And I wouldn't doubt there's, with all the snow we've seen in this country, feet of snow in some cases. I wouldn't doubt that there's some folks out there looking to, go out and let's build an igloo, right? I built a few igloos when I was a kid. Nothing exorbitant, but yeah, a little boy has died after the homemade igloo collapsed on him after he spent days building it with his dad. So I'm assuming this must have been a really big igloo. The father managed to pull the child out of the snow with the help of onlookers about 15 minutes after it came crashing down. The distraught parent, who was also buried in the collapse, desperately trying to resuscitate his son, who was eventually airlifted to the hospital, but unable to save the child, died of his injuries. At this point, not clear what the cause of death was or if the father sustained any injuries, but they spent, again, days building this together. Heavy snow had fallen in recent days. Now, they say last year there was a medical student crushed to death under the weight of snow when the roof caved in at a party in Siberia, where they get those incredibly heavy snows, and got some photographs of that, where you got to be careful with the weight of the snow like anything else. But, boy, I guess, how do you think the father feels after working with his boy out there, just having a good time? You just never know. So a little prayer for that family. Blind Man dialed us back up here. Good morning, Blind Man. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay. With Rush Limbaugh, it was really personal with me, and I got to get a chance to tell him about it when I told Ann Coulter about how my wife divorced me over Rush Limbaugh. It was either her or the marriage or Rush, and I picked Rush.
Really?
And,
what the?
So anyway, I got a chance to get through, and I told him, he said, so you're the guy that was on C-SPAN telling Ann Coulter about your divorce. And then about a year later, I called him back, and I said, do you remember me? And he says, yeah, who could forget you? And then I told him that I met a woman, and she's a ditto head like her brother. And he says, oh, that's good. So anyway, that was personal for me. And I wanted to add on to something about the power outages in Texas. I know somebody in Houston, and he was telling me what was going on. And he was saying, well, if AOC got her way, the whole country would be experiencing blackouts when the windmills that she's so big on freeze up.
How about that?
Yeah. And I do have, a supply of food, toilet paper, stuff like that on hand. In my case, it's who's going to take me shopping, because I can't get help now because of the China flu. Nobody seems to, in the store, want to, take me around the store to get the items I need. So at least I got a neighbor, and then my fiance comes over and shops for me.
So how much of that nasty precip you got up in your neck of the woods there, Blind Man?
We didn't get as much as forecast, but we're supposed to get 4 to 6 inches this morning. I don't know if it started snowing yet. It's supposed to start between 3 and 5, and it's 4 o'clock now.
Now, are you in the part where you're supposed to get the icy stuff, or just the plain old snow this time?
Well, we're going to get, it starts off with snow, and then later on in the day, it's supposed to turn into ice.
All right, so you're in for a good time then.
Yes. I think Baltimore is going to get clobbered more than we are. So I just hate snow because it's a fog for me. I mean,
yeah.
it muffles sound. I can't hear traffic, and I can't feel the curves with my white cane because of the snow drifts.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
But I just wanted to check in, and Chevy guy's been calling me and telling me what's been going on.
Well, we're going to talk to Chevy guy again here in just a couple minutes, as a matter of fact.
Okay, he'll probably call me after he gets off with you.
All right, well, be safe and hunker down for your snow. It's kind of knocking on the door up there in the Northeast. Now, I was looking at some of the advisories for his part of the country. Yeah, for southern Baltimore, Montgomery, and Hartford counties, Prince Williams. Yeah, they're talking 3 to 5 inches snowfall. And then, of course, you're going to get some ice as well, about 1/10 of an inch. Shouldn't have any tree problems with that. So that's the D.C. area, central, northeast, and northern Maryland, northern Virginia. Other areas, let me see. I guess this is portions of north, central, and western Maryland, northwestern Virginia, and eastern West Virginia. You're looking at 5 to 7 inches. Maybe just a light glaze of the ice accumulation there. But yeah, 5 to 7, that's on top of what you've been dealing with these storms in recent days. I'm thinking people are like, all right, enough is enough already. I'm going to cry, Uncle. Old man winter, that's it. Be done with this already. All right, and I did just refresh on some of our advisories and whatnot. This is not on the winter weather advisory page, but actually the severe weather side, which is in the deep southeastern USA, from the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. There's actually a tornado watch until 8 a.m. Central Time for parts of the Florida Panhandle, from like the Walton County line to Mexico Beach. Coastal waters from Mexico Beach to Apalachicola. Let's see. Several others there. I'm looking how many counties we got. Half dozen. Yeah, parts of southwestern Alabama. And, again, the Florida Panhandle region. So, yeah, some pretty strong. We've been talking about the heavy rains that have been pushing through with the embedded thunderstorms there. So, all right, it looks like it's actually the southwestern corner of Georgia, that southeastern corner of Alabama, and the adjoining counties there in the Florida Panhandle. Tornado watch. Be aware, even this time of year, we've seen several tornadoes in recent weeks. We'll return after this, get our final hour underway. How many people tuned in to the Daytona 500? Well, let's just say not many. Probably the worst numbers they've ever seen. Really? And the hits just keep on coming for NASCAR. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back for that final hour here on a Thursday. Hard to believe. Weekend will be here before you know it. All right, and our number, 844-844-3388. Great to have you along for the ride. Boy, the rain just keeps hurting NASCAR. Sunday's Daytona 500. Now, keep in mind, it was like a 5.5+ hour rain delay. Ultimately attracted an average of 4.83 million viewers. Now, according to Fox Sports, confirming to CNBC, that is the lowest viewed Daytona 500 in the history of the race. Had about 7 million viewers last year. Front Row Motorsports' Michael McDowell recording his first career win, earning the Harley J. Earl Trophy. He became only the 8th driver to record his first career win at the Daytona 500. Chase Elliott came in second, of course. Sports Media Watch reported the event attracted roughly 8 million viewers before the delay that occurred about 3 o'clock when they were only 15, 16 laps in, something like that. So I guess nearly half of those did not come back later in the day. Last year's Daytona 500 also went through a rain delay, moved the event to Monday, and the ratings suffered there as well. 7.3 million viewers across both days. Yeah, the 2019 and the 2018 Daytona 500 races averaged roughly 9 million viewers, but that was actually down from over 11 million viewers on average in both 2016 and 2017. You notice the trend. Yeah, the numbers are not going the right direction for the Daytona 500. And then we were touching earlier on some of the things that weather's impacting that we otherwise wouldn't really think of. And this is kind of uncharted territory in the Deep South. With the power out, cell phone service spotty, the water has stopped running for most of South Padre Island, which is normally a balmy beach town in the southernmost tip of Texas. But they've been chilled as well. Amid freezing temperatures with no signs of warming, dozens of residents venturing out on foot and by boat to rescue another species that makes its home there. The island's famous and endangered sea turtles. By late Tuesday, volunteers working with Sea Turtle Incorporated, which is a local rescue group, had transported more than 3,500 comatose turtles for rehab in the town's convention center. Conservationists look to gradually increase the body temperatures as they're lying on tarps and kiddie pools indoors. They say we are concerned that hundreds of those turtles rescued in Texas may have already succumbed to the cold. How about that? It's unprecedented. A cold stun like this could have the potential to literally wipe out decades of hard work. And we're going through it with no power and a unique, more catastrophic challenge to our efforts. All right. So the widespread power outage continue as of early Wednesday. Sub-zero temperatures and sustained power outages. The death toll continues to rise. More than 24 people now. From one reason or another, many of those are carbon monoxide poisonings. All right, back to our calls here. And yes, Chevy Guy wanted to touch in again. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you for the second round there in mentioning Blind Man. Rush Limbaugh actually included him one time a long time ago, about Blind Man called in and told him, these all electric cars make no sound. And he's afraid of them because when he walks in a crosswalk, he can't hear them coming.
Yep, that's true.
And so, listen, I enjoy talking to that man because I can sit there and listen to him for an hour and talk. And I mean, what a wonderful story. His dad was a pilot, the Coast Guard, a Coast Guard captain. He lived a very rigid lifestyle as a child. His dad didn't cut him no breaks. And I'm telling you, you can sit there and listen to the man talk for an hour, and you'll never hear him talk about what he can't do, but he'll tell you how he does it. And he's an asset to the fact that he loves listening to us truck drivers because he's found kindred spirits out here that have answers and know the right and wrong. They know what their government's doing to them, and he's willing to stand up. So he's an asset. I called mainly because a fella called and talked about the price difference. It's been 1980 since I pulled a gas can, but the truth of the matter is it's a freight charge too. You got to realize if you're like here in South Carolina, I just left Bamberg, the girlhood home of Nikki Haley, by the way. Well, if you're getting fuel from down there in Charleston Bay into here, it's an hour and a half away. Are you getting it from over there in Augusta off of the pipeline? It's about an hour and a half away. So it's going to be a little higher here just for the freight charges than it would be, let's say, 30 minutes away. You know, it goes down as you go. But there's also this little thing the government likes to tack in. I love the name of it, hospitality tax. And the government will stick that in like on your highways. It's amazing. If you look on your bill, there's all kinds of taxes. And in our little town that has absolutely no interstate, it does butt up against a nuclear plant down there. We call it the bomb plant. And yeah, they've got a little Holiday Inn there, and they got the restaurants. And because it brings in people and working in there, it's a hospitality tax. So we all pay a little extra anytime you shop in that town or buy gas. It's not just price gouging. Sometimes like over in Augusta, whenever on off seasons, when they don't have that big golf deal, the price of a room would be less in the lower part of the season because they're working hard to fill up their rooms. But then when the season golf season comes along, then the room prices will go up. And I guess that fluctuation is well recorded. It's in there and allowable. But yeah, out west where they're gouging on the rooms, what you read about their excuse for it being, we're going to overprice. We're going to 3 times the amount of the room to keep people out of it. That didn't make a bit of sense at all.
Right.
Sounded like a lame excuse. But it's gone up about 20 to 29 cents a gallon for gas here. It's well up 45% more for diesel here in South Carolina. So it's going up. And it's going to get higher too every year because they in South Carolina they decided to slowly raise by increments the price, the tax on the gallon of fuel. So, and it's always been, well, if you make it to South Carolina, you can get it cheaper. Well, they decided they need the money to fix the roads. I guess I'm still waiting on that deal.
Yeah, right.
But we appreciate everybody and enjoying the show. Really enjoyed copying the mail tonight, Tim Board.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Good to have you with us. Be safe, as always. Yeah, what do we see here? A truck driver contacting police on Monday to report a gruesome sighting of a body floating in a roadside pond. Well, luckily, the reality was not so serious. The unnamed truck driver contacted the California Highway Patrol in Stockton, explaining that he believed he saw a body floating in the pond alongside Highway 99. When police arrived, they discovered the alleged body was actually a half-dressed mannequin wearing a jacket and no pants. Upon further investigation, officers discovered several more mannequin torsos, arms, at least 3 legs also in the pond. We're not sure where they came from, how they got in the water, but have no fear. Officers wrote in a Facebook post, they made sure to remove all the mannequin parts to prevent any additional 911 calls for people seeing that kind of stuff out there. Sometimes we see the worst case scenarios in different situations, but this one we got a good laugh out of it, a good chuckle. All right. Then in Mississippi, icy roads there, leaving many drivers stranded, unable to move. Highway Patrol reported on a Wednesday southbound I-55 at the 48-mile marker was closed with tractor trailers blocking the interstate entirely, stuck on the ice. Troopers said that there is no way to serpentine through the congestion. There's so many trucks. So at that point, the road was completely shut down for an unknown amount of time. Of course, they had been urging motorists against traveling in both Lincoln and Pike counties via I-55. They had the ice accumulating on all the roadways to significant traffic jam. Tractor trailers losing traction on inclines, pretty much just becoming stuck. Highway Patrol said around noon on Wednesday, the stuck trucks were also blocking US 49 northbound in McGee and Mendenhall counties. Similar backups on icy roads had been reported on I-20 in Mississippi. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, portions of I-20 were actually still closed by early Wednesday afternoon. But they've got some photos, some videos they posted. The lines of trucks just stuck out there on the highway. Police said there was 50 to 60 trucks stuck in the ice. And, of course, a lot of incidents. Police, Highway Patrol said they responded to 1,115 weather-related service calls in like the last 3 days. Won't you be glad when this atmospheric traffic jam comes to an end? Because it's about to. It's going to break down here in the next couple of days. Yeah, this buckle in the jet stream, this is the culprit behind the cold all the way down to the Gulf Coast. As the pattern shift begins, the polar vortex begins to retreat to northwestern Canada. And that's going to allow a milder Pacific airflow across much of the U.S. and even southern Canada from this weekend through next week. During next week, temperatures over the plains are forecast to climb 30 to 50 degrees warmer than you've been through the middle of this week, which means in some areas, the temperature reversal may be close to a 60-degree turnaround. Wow. For example, we hit 2 below zero in Dallas on Tuesday morning. The normal high for that day would have been 60 degrees. The normal low would be 39. Your forecast to creep back to 33 degrees Friday afternoon. That'd be the first temperature above freezing since back on Saturday the 13th. If you're worn out with dealing the cold air, the frozen pipes, the water treatment, power outages, and all that led to the boil water advisories, the news of weather to come this weekend may come as even more of a relief. The temperature in Dallas forecast to climb into the 40s Saturday, close to 50 on Sunday, then into the 60s for most of next week. The temperature turnaround will also be felt further north across the plains, all the way to the Dakotas and into the Northeast, including to the coast of New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Maine. So, like we said, there's finally a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Still got to get through Thursday and Friday. Better days ahead, right? Yeah, horse feathers. Did we lose horse feathers? I think we did. I think he was calling out on the screener. He said, I haven't run into any snow yet. So, all right, maybe he'll dial us back up. Let's see who else we got here. I'm not seeing a name. It says, well, actually, it says Hot Soul. Who we got on the line?
Well, this is slow hand, but I actually said Han Solo this time, thinking it might read it as slow hand, because I can never get it to go.
Oh, my.
No matter what I say. But yeah, I might as well be Han Solo. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we thought we'd give it a shot. So, Chevy guy called in, I think the first time, quite a while ago, and he was kind of changing things up, talking about Democrats a little bit, and maybe his disgust with them, and kind of got me thinking a little bit about a story my daughter told me today. She came home from school. She's on a hybrid schedule, actually. She gets to go 2 days a week. anyway, she came home from school, and and I'm going to try really hard not to say any controversial words
Okay.
here, Steve, but I can't promise. She came home from school, and she picked up her pussy cat, and she was playing with it and cuddling it, and it was purring, and everything was going all just fine and dandy, when all of a sudden she said, right out of the blue, for no reason, it jumped up, hissed at her, took a swipe at her, scratched her. And I got thinking, that's just like a Democrat. I think they're all a bunch of, well, I should say maybe untrustworthy, let's put it that way.
Okay.
But, I guess the analogy being that, they sing a good song, they come up with a good tune, and, make it sound good on paper, so to speak, but then, in all reality, the things that they do they turn on you. And I think we're seeing that a lot right now with everything that's going on with this new administration and cancellation of the XL pipeline and all this other stuff. Somebody said the other night it's a good thing Trump isn't in office with all this that's going on in Texas, because they'd blame him for it.
Yep.
And and they'll probably blame him for it anyway. I think he said that as well.
I mentioned that last evening. That's what I said. They'd blame him anyway.
Yeah. It's really crazy. One of your other callers the other night as well mentioned something about, and tonight as well, mentioned something about personal responsibility and preparedness for these kinds of events, and how people are so unprepared. And the one caller mentioned how he had learned to can and do things like that, from the LDS Church. And I'm familiar as well with some of that. Grew up, in the LDS Church, and I remember, my parents had a garden. And as kids, we had to work that garden. We learned to work ethic. We learned how to shuck corn and shell peas and, everything else. And went to the cannery that, like this other guy was talking about. And we canned food. It lasted us all winter long. And, that kind of stuff isn't really done so much anymore. But, and back in those days, when I was a kid growing up in the 70s, they talked about, having like a year's supply of food and all of that. But the LDS Church has always promoted preparation in times of disaster.
Right.
All through these years. And, it's good advice. It's not a bad idea. Where I live now, we have a lot of fire hazards, so we don't so much focus on a year's supply of food. We focus more on like 48-hour kits and 72-hour kits, stuff we can pack up and take with us in a heartbeat if we got to go. And we have had some fires in the past where we've been evacuated and had to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, had something to come back home to. I think it makes sense. We live in such a, it's a self-gratification world. Everybody wants everything instantly, right now. Go to the store, get it. And I think people take it for granted that they can do that. One of your callers also the other night mentioned what would happen if we had an electronic, what do you call it, electromagnetic pulse, I guess, and it'd knock out the electric grid for years.
Yes.
If that were to happen, I think you would find a whole different shift in what people would find important in society. This whole Green New Deal thing wouldn't even be a thought anymore. Transgenderism, these people fighting for kids at school to be able to use whatever bathroom they want. That wouldn't be a thought anymore. These kinds of things that people make issues out of wouldn't no longer be an issue because we'd be worried about survival.
They'd be trivial issues.
Yes. Yeah, trivialism. it makes you wonder a little bit about, our founding fathers. They coined "In God We Trust," but look at the time they came from in the 1700s and the hardships that they had to have endured. They didn't have electricity. They didn't have modern heat. They didn't have cars, any of this kind of stuff. And I think they saw they needed to recognize the hand of God in their lives. But we've gone away from that. Life is so easy for us now in comparison. And I think as a society, we've taken it for granted. Those are my thoughts, Steve. I'll just leave that with you. And I do appreciate you taking my call.
Absolutely. Well, that's what we're here for. Good to hear from you, Han Solo, right? Slow hand. All right. Thanks for checking in. I'm looking here. We haven't heard from Knucklebuster this week, have we? Yeah, I'm trying to. Is he down in Texas or is he Mississippi? I always forget where he's actually out of. But I wonder if he's stuck at the home 20 or if he's out there, one of those trucks that got stuck in the ice somewhere. Then where's old Monkey Gouger? It's had to have been 2 weeks ago when they said he was going to be home for another 1 to 2 weeks. So he should start calling in pretty soon, whenever he gets back out on the road. Got an update on some of the power outage numbers. Things are going the wrong direction in Mississippi. They're improving rather quickly in Texas, though. According to AccuWeather, ice falling in Mississippi has snapped trees and taken down power lines. Power Outage U.S. has over 150,000 customers now without power in the state of Mississippi. The power company Entergy has 550 additional linemen dispersed throughout the area, working to restore power. Unfortunately, the freezing rain was still falling in parts of the state, which is only delaying those repair efforts. Now, that was about 5 hours ago. Here within this hour, Thursday morning is a 2 a.m. Central Time or 3 o'clock Eastern, so about an hour and a half ago. The number of power outages has fallen under 1 million customers in Texas. Quite a dramatic turnaround. Down from that peak of over 4 million customers, but you still have over 970,000 in the dark and in the cold. A small area of south central Texas will continue to experience a bit of snow and ice today, but the power outage figures are expected to continue dropping as the precipitation ends. In other areas, temperatures begin to get a little higher than they've been in most of the state this week. So finally, a bit of improvement, but then again, I shared that story about the water lines that have broke. I guess in some cases, your water may be out because your pipes are frozen, and they may have the pressure of the expanding ice in the pipe kind of puts a split in the pipe, and you're thinking when things thaw out, I'll have my water back, only to find out when things thaw out, you've got a split water pipe. And all of a sudden, you got water spewing all over your house. You weren't even aware that the line was frozen. That was the update from the Houston Chronicle this past day, which says plumbers have not even seen the worst of it yet when it comes to the burst water pipes, long after Houston thaws. Many people whose pipes have frozen and burst are going to be facing extended wait times, as plumbers say that they're reporting unprecedented demand. Pipes have been bursting literally all week long, a nightmare scenario for plumbers who said the storm had far-reaching impacts unlike anything they've ever seen before. And, of course, as power outages continue, frozen and broken pipes are hitting a lot of people with a double whammy. No running water, and getting those pipes repaired is really going to be a challenge in the coming days, even after the temperatures rise. One master plumber at Best Plumbing says, quote, "We expect to be booked for 2 to 3 months Plumbers are seeing flooding from burst pipe in basements, drenched ceiling collapses from attic water lines and wet walls, and we haven't seen the worst of it yet. Phones are just ringing off the hook. Yeah, Houston was not prepared for this, they say. Freezing pipes, that doesn't happen here. It never happens. Yeah, places that experience cold weather commonly, your pipes are wrapped in material to prevent freezing. Another challenge right now is going to be fixing PVC pipes because it's too cold for the glue required to dry. The damage plumbers are seeing this week exceeds by far what they say they responded to when they had a freeze back in January of 2018. After that freeze, we were still repairing backflows into June and July. There ain't a whole lot that can be done until after the weather warms up. You can try to use a heat lamp to warm the area around frozen pipes, but if you don't have power, you're out of luck. Plus, pipes can burst once they thaw or while they're still frozen. Either one of those is hard to fix. Of course, then on top of the cost of fixing the pipes, then you're going to have the damage from the water to your building or your property, whatever the case might be. All right, boy, the love of Mother Nature. You tell me, we were all through most of 2020 saying, I am so done with 2020. Get the hell out of here. I'm so ready to turn the page on the calendar to 2021. Yeah, sadly, for some people, I mean, the COVID numbers are getting better. On a global scale, I think they said the number of cases down like 16%, again, globally in the past week. Things are getting better as far as the COVID, but boy, Mother Nature is stepping in, picking up where COVID left off in 2021. It is 844-844-3388. Wide open lines as we roll into the early hours of a Thursday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, that's right. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. In a secret bunker. All right, a couple of items we haven't had a chance to get to. We did have a couple of other industry headlines here, and lines available at 844-3388 if you want to jump on here as we kind of head down the home stretch on a Thursday morning. A couple of updates. First of all, the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee this past day asking the FBI and the Environmental Protection Agency for an update. Remember the story last week? They're looking at the hackers who tried to contaminate a Florida town's water supply. Senator Mark Warner sent a letter to the press looking for answers of the breach of the Oldsmar, Florida water treatment facility. Yeah, we talked about that last week, where they had unsuccessfully tried to increase the level of sodium hydroxide, or lye, to dangerous levels. Of course, the lye is used to control water acidity levels and remove metals. In other settings, it's actually used as a liquid drain cleaner, though, so a high concentration could be very, very bad, right? Following that, the FBI, other state and federal agencies had opened an investigation. He said while the Oldmar treatment facility was detected with sufficient time to mitigate serious risk to the people, and appears to have been identified as a result of a diligent employee there, he wants to know... He wants an update for the FBI on the investigation, and he wants the EPA to give answers on whether that treatment facility was maybe up to date on federal security plans, and whether the federal government is sharing the security intelligence with some of the critical infrastructure providers, in other words, other water treatment facilities around the country, so they can be aware and defend themselves. We got to be sure we're taking all the precautions. Now, to mind, I have not seen any update as to whether have they identified, was it a local actor as the hack coming from within the United States? They said initially they weren't sure. It may be a foreign actor. It could be the likes of Iran or North Korea. Who knows? Who knows? The Russians. They just don't. That's what the investigation's looking into. But all right, taking their own sweet time there. In another update, a group of truck drivers demanding answers regarding a fellow driver that was murdered and potentially robbed at a remote logging site back in January. I recall talking about that as well. 72-year-old Thurton Dixon was found dead beside his truck in the woods near Jackson, Alabama. Now, nearly a month has passed, and police still have no answers. While the police chief says the murder appears to have been a robbery, they've not yet released any details regarding what, if anything, was stolen from Dixon or his rig. Now, they're saying this bothers all of us because we go into the woods at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Oftentimes, we're by ourselves, according to the Southern Loggers that connects truck drivers across the logging industry. We're out here trying to do our job, get back to our home, to our family, and something like this happens. Yeah, that man wasn't planning on nothing like that to happen when he left home that morning. He was just doing his job. However many people were involved, however many people that killed this man, they're still out there, and that's our concern. If they did it once, they'll do it again. Every time you go into these woods just to get a load of wood to make $1 to support your family, what's coming behind you? Yeah, that's what's got all of us really kind of worried, he says. Jackson police say they plan on releasing some more details in regards to the murder in the coming weeks, they say, but they have not disclosed what sort of information they might have, if anything, at this point in time. And one other in the trucking headlines from CDL Life, a trucker's been detained for questioning after authorities say they received a strange text 911 message. Woman claiming she'd been kidnapped. She first contacted 911 this past Tuesday in northern Utah. According to dispatchers, they texted back and forth with the woman while other dispatchers were using tracking technology to find the location along Interstate 15 in Box Elder County, they say. An officer was then able to catch up with the semi-truck and pulled it over. About 10 o'clock in the morning, the trucker has since been detained by the State Bureau of Investigation for questioning. Has not yet been arrested, though, or charged with any crimes, as they're trying to get to the bottom of the woman's claims that she was being held against her will. Some of our trucking industry headlines here on a Thursday morning. And what are we looking at here? Looks like our old friend Larry is on the line this morning. What's happening, Larry? What's going on out there?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm just coming up Route 62 out of the Lanesville Cordon area, and roads are pretty snow covered and slippery, but I'm guessing that's the way it is everywhere.
We've had a
Steve, I wanted to
Go ahead.
touch base on. Go ahead.
I was going to say we've had a very light snowfall in most of the night here. Maybe a half, maybe 3/4 of an inch. It's supposed to be off and on like this through much of the day. I think they're saying 1 or 2 is all we're actually supposedly going to get. We got kind of lucky because further down in Kentucky, they're looking at big accumulations.
Yeah, I would say we probably got about 2 inches here, and it came pretty late, so the road crews have not had a good chance to catch up at all. And it's the way it is. You got to deal with it. Steve, I wanted to buzz in yesterday, and it was lines were kind of busy. But as you guys were talking about generators and safety and keeping them away from the house because of carbon monoxide, I learned something down in Florida, but by chance. I had went to house fires that was the source of the fire was a generator, but it wasn't because of carbon monoxide. The fuel line that goes from the fuel tank to the carburetor is a rubber line. The gas that we use today tends to lubricate that line, I'm being told. Now, if you don't use your generator for a year and maybe that line degrades a little bit, and all of a sudden you fired up that little 6 or 8 inch rubber line that's right over top of the armature, if it has a crack in it, your gas starts leaking, leaks onto the armature of the generator, and can start a fire or possibly explosion.
Wow.
And like I say, I just kind of stumbled on that when I was down in Florida. But 4 house fires I went to was the source of the ignition of the fire.
Now, we had, I think it was Baby Bear earlier, talking about people who have generators. I mean, they buy them for the occasional need, like a power outage like this. They need to be servicing them, what, every 6 months, once a year? How often are you supposed to service and check those sort of things?
Well, I would say that before you're getting into like a hurricane season or before you're getting into winter, you make sure you service it. And that fuel line is something that people don't think about checking because it doesn't happen that often. When it does, it can be catastrophic.
No doubt, yeah.
Last thing, Steve, I heard the last caller talking about God and the forefathers of our country. You know, if you look at the, outline that Karl Marx had talked about taking the United States without firing a shot, the very first thing in his line items of things to do was to remove God, from our thought processes and from our balance of power, if you will. And if you look at it from that perspective, he's winning, because back in the day, we took God out of school, prayer out of schools, and it just degraded from there that we've removed God from our society. But what's crazy for me, as many years as I was a police officer and a firefighter, I can't tell you how many times I had somebody in the back of my cruiser with handcuffs, and I look in the mirror, and there they are praying. Somebody in the back of the life squad who just was in a horrendous situation. Maybe they were involved in an accident, they were drunk, doing something stupid, but then yet on the way to the hospital, they're praying. It's amazing to me how we remove God from our society until we need him.
Yep. 100% correct. Yes, sir.
Well, buddy, you be safe. Enjoy the show as always. And, some of the guys, Monkey Gouger and a few other ones that haven't been on for a while, I'm guessing they're probably getting their beauty sleep right now.
I think so.
A couple of them may be a little bit behind.
Yeah, Monkey Gouger, he's been out for, it seems like it's been a month, I'm thinking, since he's checked in. So, but he did have a surgery, and he's been doing recovery at home. So,
I got you. Well, have a great day, brother.
Thank you much, Larry. You do the same. Be safe out there. Yeah, while I was speaking, I did kind of refresh on the radar. Yeah, really, in western Kentucky, things are beginning to kind of spread out and break up as far as the very light snow is concerned. Now, they had a burst of much heavier snow that came through late Wednesday evening into early this morning. Now, that's all the heavier stuff that's much further to the east. Right now, though, in southeastern Kentucky, there's a lot of ice building up along the Kentucky-Virginia line, along the Kentucky-West Virginia line. A lot of icing taking place, say anywhere from right about Charleston southward in West Virginia over into Roanoke, Virginia. Frozen precip extending all the way down into the north central and northeastern portions of North Carolina. South of that, then you've got the thunderstorms. And let me take you all the way down to southeastern Alabama, which I mentioned here just a bit ago. There are tornado watches in place until 8 a.m. Central Time. There's several different bands of thunderstorms right now pushing through southeastern Alabama. One of those cells pushing toward Dothan, Alabama, then extending on out across the Florida Panhandle into the Gulf of Mexico. Here in the, I guess, the next hour or so, maybe some of these are going to be headed toward Apalachicola. They're in Florida. Got another line of thunderstorm activity from southwestern Georgia on up into the Georgia-South Carolina line. That line's going to be approaching Savannah over the next hour or so. That's all rain, but lots of rain pushing through Georgia. The rains have begun to move into the Atlanta metro. You're in the rain from Atlanta to Chattanooga and on up toward Knoxville, where they've got a little bit of the mixed bag of precip in that region this morning. Going back to Big Sexy brought this guy up earlier. And no wonder he's the former mayor of Colorado City, Texas. I mean, here you're in a time of crisis. You've got a disaster emergency declaration for the entire state of Texas. And your mayor starts lambasting the residents for expecting government officials to fix power outages, caused by the winter storm. He actually compared services like electricity and running water to handouts. And he went on to say that families who were suffering from the cold were lazy for failing to figure out how to stay warm on their own. In a since-deleted Facebook post, Boyd wrote that the city and county, along with power providers or any other service, owes you nothing. Only the strong will survive. Now, in a second message, Boyd said he was actually speaking as a private citizen because he had already resigned as the mayor. Now, he appears to have either suspended or deleted his Facebook page in the aftermath of all that as well. Now, real quick, like they say, 5 things you know. Parts of Texas may go without electricity or running water for a week due to the weather. Boyd said families had the choice to, quote, sink or swim. It was not the government's responsibility to help during trying times like these. Number 3, Boyd argued you're taking me out of context, but then he kind of doubled down on his insistence that some people were being lazy. And you don't need to be getting handouts. Let's see, number 4. Boyd was still listed as the city's mayor as of February 17th. That was yesterday, by the way. And lastly, the page administrator removed Boyd's post from the Facebook group. Boyd did not delete the 2 posts that he wrote on the Mitchell County Issues Facebook page. Apparently, the page administrator announced on the 16th that he had removed the post because they were no longer relevant to the conversation. Okay. Yeah, so he's a former mayor now. If he hadn't have resigned, I guess they would have run him out on a rail, right? All right, get registered today. Tonight's our drawing for the Pluto Duo Stellar Electronic Headset. Grand prize coming up this evening. We typically announce that a little after 1 o'clock. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. Enter your email address. Get you registered for the prize. Second prize, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles, Stiction Eliminator, and 2 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, the Big Rig Duo. With that, stay safe out there. Stay warm, and we'll see you back tonight at the midnight hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but